Why, hello. I didn't see you there. I was looking at my dice and man, like many D&D players, I love my dice. But unfortunately, this dice doesn't have a home. But if you're a good dice owner like me and you know that there are thousands of dice every day who get lost and don't have a good home, check out Nine Realms Gaming. They have a dice box with a nice velvety interior that can cradle and love your dice and give them the home they deserve. And right now, if you visit their website, you can use an exclusive offer. The offer or the code LIAR10 and you'll get 10% off. Don't neglect your dice. They deserve better. In the meantime, welcome back to Twisted Veil. My name is Brent. I am your face master, your dungeon master, your person who runs the game. And we are about to start our second episode of Twisted Veil, a campaign that takes place with the Through the Breach system, where we use cards and we deal with things like horror and all sorts of other terrifying things. We have a few announcements before we get into the meat of the episode. Our first announcement is with Iron Valor. So, if you are familiar with the channel, we are doing a lot of different shows, one of them being Iron Valor, where they are going to start a mini episodic campaign with the Wizards of the Coast Rime of the Frost Maiden module. I'm excited. I'm not personally I'm not personally familiar with the module, but it has an owl on it, and that is my favorite bird. So you should check it out, if anything, for that reason, if you are an owl lover like me. It does star Brandon, Davis, James, Dylan, Raina, and Amelia, and a lot of people from the Fates End cast, if you're familiar with that. It'll be going on it'll be going for about 8 to 10 sessions, so it'll be a smaller campaign, and it's going to run through the module. It'll be at Wednesdays, well, tomorrow technically, at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Uh, Equally exciting, we have a charity live stream announcement. We will be doing a Christmas one-shot charity live stream. Plus, this will be our first charity live stream ever. It'll be on December 18th. It's going to be a fun holiday one-shot where things are a little less serious and people are playing more ridiculous characters. I am considering playing a dysfunctional Furby doll, a popular toy from the 90s, who wants to be loved but doesn't say the right things. So check that out. It's going to involve sort of a Jack Frost CEO who is the CEO of a company known as Shamazon, and he's plotting to drag Santa's name through the yellow snow this Christmas and monopolize on the holiday himself. Should be a ton of fun. Again, check it out. It will be December 18th, 7:30 Central Time. And keep watching those episodes to find out more information about the chosen charity in these coming days. We haven't chosen one yet, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I also personally want to give a shout out to Ounce's Music. This episode, we've added a lot of soundtracks. He is personally responsible for most of the soundtracks in this Malifaux campaign. If you want to check out his music, see some of like the other artworks he does, or just hear how awesome this music is without me talking over it all the time, you can find him on Bandcamp, Twitter, Instagram, SoundCloud. Again, it's Ounce's Music. So give him a look out and some love.
How do you spell his handle? Is it ounces
Ounce,
like OZ or OUN?
it's OU. So it's like Ounce's OUNCES music, one word, perfect.
Nice.
Let's see. We also have new subscriber benefits. Twitch subscribers now get access to our Discord server, talk to the cast of our shows, and interact with other community members. This is wonderful. It's quarantine. Sometimes we just need people to talk to. I mean, sometimes I talk to myself, but I'm always on Discord. If you want to talk to me about Malifaux or D&D or DMing or being a player, I'll talk to you for hours, man. I'm a chatterbox. And you can talk to my wonderful players too, who choice. Trust me, I know a lot of them. choice. We also have a giveaway tonight. That giveaway is a long sleeve Twisted Veil shirt. We're going to go ahead and give away, I believe, at halftime. Remember to use the code !LOOT to enter the giveaway. Fate's End cast members and any cast members from any of the other shows, like our show, cannot enter. And we will let you know during the giveaway. We definitely want to start putting a disclaimer on a lot of these shows. Twisted Veil is intended for mature audiences and engages in a lot of triggering themes. So be aware that there's things like violence, gore, drug use, various adult themes, adult language, sickness, horror, and phobias, of course, because it is a horror podcast. It's dark time right now. Sometimes we don't want to deal with that. I myself go on Disney movie binges just to kind of like cheer myself up in the middle of that COVID pandemic. So just a heads up, this should be a pretty timid episode, but going forward, we do want to mention that to make sure we don't, upset anyone. And of course, if you are really struggling or have anything, find support. But I believe that's everything. With that said, grab what script you can find, tip your hat to Lady Luck, and let's board the train into tonight's episode of Twisted Veil. Hello, welcome back. So, last time on Twisted Veil, our group of people who know each other but not friends boarded the Iron Ram and left Earthside after going through Memphis, Egypt, getting a little bit of a taste of what that city was like. They got on the train. A few things happened there. Unfortunately, our beautiful, beautiful boy, Hubert, wasn't really able to keep his composure, kind of got Ellie in trouble a little bit. She was investigated. In the meantime, something happened with a criminal of sorts, and Tobias decided to release them. But all things aside, everyone did make it to Malifaux, where we got a taste of the darkness of the city. The fact that it is not the promised new start that is often advertised by the guild, but the centerpiece and the first thing you see when you enter the city is a tree of corpses. From there on out, the party decided to make their way to the House LeBlanc, where they met Colonel Jeremiah Asher and our good friend Nemo, a young innocent woman who was being pursued by Colonel Jeremiah, but managed to slip away with the help of Ellie Wylie. After a rather tense dinner, he left them and our party had begun to kind of come up with an idea of where to go from here. You guys have recently arrived in Malifaux. It's not the most welcoming of places. You're going to need things like finances, a place to stay, and most importantly, you're going to need to get rid of the contraband that you have with you. So, before we start, I do want to talk about that contraband. We're going to start as the camera sort of zooms in down onto the table that you guys are sitting at. Uh, all around you, there are different people who are working the Iron Bell or the Liberty Bell slot machines, gambling, having drinks, clinking glasses, having a good time. And in the bag of Doc, your bag begins to sort of vibrate with a thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Like a cell phone that's been set on too loud and you can just feel it, that thumping.
I'm gonna put it in my lap so it's a softer surface, and then open it and take a look inside.
Inside, you see the familiar sort of golden pocket watch with the glass case that's been cracked on top. When you flip it open, the time still reads 2:30, but this red aura that was coming from the gears that you can see slowly twisting in the center of the pocket watch is glowing brighter. The second hand, as always, is not moving. It's just like click, go back, click, go back, click, go back, click, go back.
Are there any screws or anything on this pocket watch, or does it look like it was like heat fitted together or something?
If you wanted to, with an engineering check, you could 100% take it apart and mess with it.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of click on the forearm of my mechanical arm, and a little compartment opens up. I'm gonna pull out a couple like micro screwdrivers, pull them out and kind of reach into the bag and attempt to. I'm not trying to do anything with the watch beyond trying to quiet it.
Okay. Give me a engineering check.
Is this something that the rest of us can see happening? Or is he just reaching into a bag next to us?
I mean, everyone is. I don't know. Are you trying to go about this secretly, Doc?
I would try and keep it from like onlookers beyond the table, but I wouldn't try to. I'm essentially using the people at the table as cover, so everyone at the table would definitely know, or yeah, if they were paying attention and not looking elsewhere. That is a 7 of rams.
Do you have any bonuses to engineering?
Yeah, well, it's a 3, and then I have 4.
Okay, just checking. You managed to like kind of take out like little, very small screwdrivers and whatnot, and begin to unscrew it as you're hunched over the table. Inside, the gears are sort of like twisting and grinding at the same speed, but much, much louder. When you attempt to interact with it, there is a spark of almost like red electricity, like a flash, but you cannot seem to quiet it.
I'm gonna look around at everyone at the table, specifically at Ellie, until she makes eye contact with me a little bit.
I'm just staring at you.
Yeah, looking up. We may need to go. There's a little bit of contraband that you know about. I think that it's time to get to the theater.
I agree.
And then I'll kind of shift my glance towards Tobias and Nemo. Well, can you take care of the check so we can get going? I'll pay you back, I promise.
Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and save us a seat, well, I'll get this settled.
The red coat was paying for the food.
Was. I'll make sure that's taken care of.
Nemo, you want to come with?
You know my name is Teresa at this point.
Teresa, you want to come with?
Do you want me to stay here? Or do you want me to go with you?
Come with us.
Kind of glance at Tobias a little bit. Right.
Yeah.
And I go along and I just follow Ellie about this close behind her.
Okay.
All right.
You guys gather up your belongings, put your coats back on that have probably been hanging over the chair at this point because it's really nice and warm and toasty in here. It is the middle of fall right now. There's a nip in the air outside. Not a lot of plant life. Not that there's any in the city, but much of the establishments like this are welcoming with copious amounts of heat. Tobias, you go up to the bar, call down the bartender. He tells you it's all taken care of. You're freed up to go with the party if you like.
All right. Yeah. Let me keep up with them. Make sure they don't get lost on the way to the theater.
You guys make your way back into the city streets. At this point, the crowds have kind of died down a little bit. Occasionally, you'll see, the finely dressed gentleman or woman walking along, quite often with a bit of that stylish Egyptianness to it, where instead of a top hat, there'll be like the headdress, or there'll be some ridiculous, jewelry, amulet hanging. But you, for the most part, you're left unchecked, and the guards, they see you every now and then. They don't say anything. There's
Do
the
I-
soft.
Do
Go
I
ahead, babe.
see the man in the top hat?
Flip a investigation.
Notice.
I think it would be
Notice,
yes.
yep.
Yeah.
I stumbled
You
on
tell
that because
we're-
I was like, that's not the skill.
We're originally D&D people.
Wow.
Let's see.
While you're looking, Teresa, Ellie is just watching you move and navigate through the crowd. Like, what does that look like?
I am sticking very close to you. It's kind of however the group is arranged. I'm trying to be in the center of the group, keeping pace exactly, not in anyone's way, just sort of weaving in and out, and just looking out of the corner of my eye, like all the movement is happening in my face. I did get a 13 on my notice check.
The streets are sparse. There's the soft hiss of the gaslit lamps, but no sign of the tall man.
Is Tobias leading us?
Yeah, I'm out in front.
He does know the city the best.
I know the shortcuts.
Tobias, you continue to go along, and a familiar sight caresses your ear. Not a sight, a familiar sound caresses your ears. Extra, extra, read all about it. Latest edition. Extra, extra, come get it here. Quarter of a script.
A quarter? That's expensive for a newspaper.
Nickel of a script. You're right.
I like that. Nickel's better. All right, I'm gonna walk over to this boy and I'm gonna take. Here, kid, give me a paper. I'm gonna catch up on what's been happening since I've been on Earth.
Here you are, mister. And he hands it out and gives it to you. You sort of, flip open the paper. You read the front headlines, which read the following. Tensions rise as violent union members threaten to shut down the city. In the name of efficiency and cheaper costs, the Guild's labor program continues to introduce new and safer ways to operate in local factories. However, the MNSU, which you recognize as the Mechanical and Steam Union, continues to insist on putting its workers in danger instead of allowing the Guild to give the more dangerous jobs to constructs and prisoners.
Is this a Tatler newspaper or a
This is the Tattler.
This is the Tatler. Okay.
This is the Tattler.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm going to bring this to my compatriots' attention. You're like, see, you wouldn't want to get wrapped up in the union, huh, boys? And kind of like tear off that page, crumple it up, throw it in the nearest garbage can, I guess.
I just stare at you as the other local here.
I walk over to where you threw that page and just pick it up, unfurl it, and start reading it myself as we continue along.
Same thing. Yeah, you read the same thing. You continue to make your way down the streets towards the Star Theater. As you do, and you get closer, the dark stoned and wooden, tall buildings that seem to almost lean in on the street begin to become covered with flyers. I have to switch over to the other tab. In this area of town, it is immaculate. It is incredibly clean. And as you're moving along, the most common thing you see from these flyers is a gorgeous strawberry blonde woman that seems to be winking. There's a dazzling array of peacock feathers swirling behind her. And above her, an elegant scrawl on the flyer, it reads, Colette Dubois presents Midnight Enchantment, only at the Star Theater, where magic materializes. And I am going to put up a picture of what she looks like.
Would I be at all familiar with her? Have I seen her face on posters before?
Colette Dubois Colette Dubois and her troupe are everywhere. Anytime you're within like a few miles of the district or of the Star Theater, it's just posters on every building, on lampposts, all over this place. Just this beautiful woman with, this corset with like peacock feathers all over her.
Hey, Tobias, you've been to this show? Is it good?
It's the best show that you'll ever see. It is top notch. It's got magic, it's got singing, it's got dancing, it's got a little something for the kids, it's got everything.
We're going there tonight. Is that why we're going to the theater?
Yeah, you're looking for some entertainment, little girl? 18-year-old girl?
None of your business, and no.
I'm looking for entertainment. I'd go. Everybody else in? Let's go.
I'm in.
I'm gonna.
Journey back was stressful. I'm ready to see something.
You guys continue to head down the streets towards the Star Theater.
I'm gonna grab onto Ellie's sleeve a little bit as we're walking forward and try to be quiet as we're walking. It costs money to go to the theater.
Do you not have any money?
Might not.
That's okay. And I gesture to my very hole-covered, patch-covered coat, pants, and shirt and say, two things. I have a little bit of money, and I can cover you a little bit if you need it. Or we can convince, and I gesture towards Tobias, him to pay for it, provided you say you're one of his employees. It's worked a lot for me. He'll usually pay for your food and other things, so we can figure it out. Do you want to go to a show?
I don't want you to pay for me, but...
I'm made of money over here, guys.
Is he wealthy?
Him?
Yeah. He looks like it.
I'm not fully certain, but I think his organization has some money. And so we can keep asking him to sort of pay it on their dime.
Right. Yeah, I like that. I don't want you to pay for me, but I like that.
The other alternative, if you need it, we could try to sneak you in as well. Are you good at sneaking?
Yeah, but it seems... I mean, it sounds like an awful lot of risk just to see a show.
Yeah, I'm just providing opportunities here, I guess. Yeah, let's ask him. He could probably pay for it, though.
Sure. Thank you. What's his name?
Tobias.
Tobias.
Oh,
Yes.
You should call him Toby. though.
Toby.
And
I
I'm just
am
laughing.
your employee, and I don't. And you're going to. Since this is part of the job that we're working on, I'm making a lot of eye contact. Since this is part of our employment here, I think it's only appropriate for the employer to cover his employees who are going to go to Star Theatre tonight. So I'm glad that's on the table, and yes, thank you.
First of all, kid, if you're gonna work for me, it's Tobias. It's not Toby. Let's get that straight.
Yeah.
Second of all, Ellie, your ward is gonna be working for me now. Is that what's happening?
No.
Well played. Well played.
I mean, we're all employees, right? We're doing you a favor. We're doing a job that we were asked for.
I mean,
What are now? Let me ask you something, Teresa. Are you going to be? You're willing to get into these dangerous situations and follow around these people, and you're willing to remain interested for as long as it takes to write a story about the adventures of our little group here.
Well, how much would you be describing me in the stories? What exactly do you expect me? Are you going to say, here is where she is, here's what she looks like, or is it more just?
If you want to go by a stage name, maybe I can write that into the script. Teresa. You want to use your real name, Teresa? Is that your real name? You lying to me now?
Is it relevant? Is this how this business relationship is going to work then? I mean, it can be. Because honestly, I'm only here to help because somebody is following you. I'm helping you is the thing, because somebody's following you. And they're not here right now, but otherwise I would be pointing them out to you. If they were here right now, I'd be pointing them out to you, but they're not. So
they're not following us?
They are. They're just at a distance that I can't quite see right now. So I would like to be done with this conversation if, unless there's anything
Tobias.
I'll just stay outside.
All right, if you're gonna, you'll be our assistant, our water girl. How about that? How does that sound?
Tobias, look at it this way. You're writing a story about us immigrating here. She's the first local other than you that we've really had contact with. Is it not important to put her in the story as well?
I guess I can give you. Oh, we'll give you a stage name. Everyone's got stage names around here, apparently. And I'll see what I can do about getting us all into the theater. It may or may not happen. We'll see what happens. And I keep on going.
You continue along. There is sort of the hiss of the gas lamps where the glass has become foggy. The constant condensation of Malifaux has caused the pavement to become sleek with water. And the flyers begin to change. Now you begin to see other performers that are advertised in this beautiful, beautiful show. There is Carlos Voasque, the man of fiery passion and untouchable mystique. There is Cassandra Felton, the Queen of Hearts, Malifaux's greatest beauty. And there is Angelica Durand, the Mistress of Ceremonies. Almost like being in Vegas, you were just being bombarded with these flyers that are put everywhere. Eventually, you make your way to the Star Theater, which looks like it just does not belong in Malifaux. Everything so far has been dark and drab, but the Star Theater stands tall on a street corner. It is a building where those dull gas lit street lamps are eclipsed by the bright buzzing of electric bulbs, which in this day and age are rare. Like, electricity is becoming more prominent in 1902, but for the most part, you don't illuminate something like that. But here, they're just like, it's that loud, old-fashioned light where, like, as you approach, you just hear that hum, and you can see all the filaments brightly illuminated. It rises out of the gloom of Malifaux City. It has arch-stoned windows, pale white pillars glistening in shades of blue and orange, as all of these thousands of multicolored lights just sort of like descend on it. Just this almost midnight theme of blue and orange. Everything's closed though. There is sort of like the ticket booth at the front, and the shutters have been pulled down. There are the beautifully carved wooden doors that should lead into the chamber, but they're not open. No ushers, nothing.
Like to stride up to one of the doors and just sort of survey around. Are there a lot of people just passing this place by, or is it a semi-empty street? What are we looking at here?
I mean, there is the occasional person like across the street walking by, but like there's no lines. The doors are closed. The ticket booth has the shutter pulled down. Just
Tobias,
Scratching my
next
head.
time you bring someone into the city, you may want to lead with this, not the tree. And I'm gonna stride right up to the door and knock on the door fairly loudly.
I'm gonna hide behind a pillar.
you
Excellent.
walk up to the door, pop, 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 right? And the shutter of the ticket booth opens up. There is a woman who is, obviously sitting. She has a sort of silken, double-breasted, like single-piece, very Asian-esque style flower patterns on sort of like the dress she's wearing. Her hair is pulled up into a bun with like the two large sticks sitting back, a bit pale, and she folds her hands together, smiles, and says, "Yes, is there something I can help you with?"
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Haven't seen something so beautiful in this town yet.
You would make a lady blush, sir. You would.
I would,
If I
but
were a noble lady.
I have a little bit of business to be had. I have a gift for a lovely performer.
Do you now? It's quite weird and strange that someone would bring a gift when the Star Theater is in between seasons. What exactly is this gift that you are bringing?
Well, that was something that I was told to. Well, it's a surprise for the performer.
Where are Cassandra, Colette? Where are they? Where are the actors and actresses?
As I said, it's between seasons. They're off resting, possibly inside rehearsing. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this gift.
Is there a manager I can talk to?
Oh,
I talk to your manager, please.
Are you the manager, the owner of this theater?
I am no one of consequence. But let's just say I was expecting someone.
Can we talk
Then-
inside?
Not to go inside, and if we have any business, I would like to conclude it quickly and here. Do we have business?
Well, that depends. Are you a lovely performer?
I am merely nobody who's expecting someone.
All right, that is fine. I'll pull the pocket watch out. And is there like a hole in the glass, or is it like an open window?
So once you lift it up, it's like a cage, right? There's just like the bars, but there's like an open slot where you can pass things through.
Okay. I'll slide it under and just. Do you know what this thing is used for?
She takes the package, opens it, looks inside, smiles, shuts it, and says, "Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I do know what it is used for, but I will not tell you. And then she reaches up and closes the shutter. I will say she closes it. There's a moment of silence, and it opens just like a crack back up, and 4 tickets slide out. And then she reshuts it. And you can see on the tickets. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll grab the tickets, and I'm going to turn around and like hand them out to everyone, and just as I do, well, the contraband isn't our problem anymore. That's a plus. Looks like we got tickets to something.
Contraband? What contraband?
Tobias, it's your lucky day. You didn't have to pay for the tickets.
Well, that pocket watch was given to me by a woman in the station. That was, well, she told me that if I brought the watch here, then that would pay for my ticket here. 100 script to carry a pocket watch seemed like a good deal.
Wasn't, but I'm glad it worked out for you.
I'm just glad it didn't blow up.
Glad the guild didn't catch us with it. Catch you with it.
What does the ticket say? I'm inspecting it.
Mm-hmm.
So the tickets advertise the current show that they're doing. The Star Theater's been around for a while, but they put on different shows, and I believe I said it was like Magical Midnight. Let me double check.
That's their season opener for their next season.
Yes. So their season opener is the Magical Midnight. It is about 3 weeks from now. You have very, very good seats, but unfortunately nothing is going on right now.
Okay. Nice to keep that in my back pocket. Put
I
it
reach
away.
like deep into the coat where there shouldn't be a pocket, and I put it in there and come back in.
All right, something to look forward to.
Is this something
Nice.
you're going to write about?
Right about dropping off contraband? I don't think so.
Hi.
Well, that's our evening wasted on a closed theater. Now what are we gonna do?
Y'all
It was-
gonna need to sleep soon.
Yeah.
The train was a tiring prospect. Maybe we get a little shut-eye. Find a place. Do you know a place?
There's a few saloons in the city that'll give you room and board. For money.
We could go back to the place that had spaghetti. We don't have to, but we could.
Spaghetti for breakfast is always good.
Teresa, is there a place that you tend to stay, or a place you've wanted to stay?
No place you would like, I think.
You'd be surprised, but I'm up for the spaghetti place. That place was pretty good. The House of LeBlanc.
Yeah. We could do that if... you could do that. Are we sticking together? Is this... Or shall I meet you in the morning? Or is this organized in some way?
Organized. I'm heading back to my apartment. If you guys are gonna go back to LeBlanc, I'll meet you there in the morning, and we can see what we can do about this this boxing journey we're about to be on.
What part of the city do you live in?
I live in the Howland slums.
Do I know anything about the slums, the Howling slums? Or the Havilands? What was it?
The Howling slums. That's what it
Howling
was called, right?
slums. All right,
Yep.
nice.
It's howling
Sounds
or something.
lovely.
It's where all the cats fight in the middle of the night. It's so loud.
Well,
Would
that
I be
cat
familiar
sore.
with that area?
So you've heard about the different areas of Malifaux.
I live here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're actually quite familiar with them. I'm going to put this up real quick.
Right. I think, unless... I don't
There we
know.
go.
What's your name?
There we go.
So, your time in Malifaux, Nemo, or Teresa, I guess we should call you, for the most part, has been in all the different quarantine zones where they are divided in very, very many different districts. They are unwanted. Tobias is in
Right
this
next door.
the Howling Slums. It is an area that you're not incredibly familiar with because it's a slum.
Do
Most
rich
of your
people
time-
live there?
Rich people only live in downtown. Like here's a good way to think of Malifaux. Downtown, normal city, pretty good. Everything else, terrible. Slums,
Pretty much.
quarantine zones, even the industrial zone isn't that great. NZZs aren't awesome either.
Can we get a sense of scale? Like, how long would it take to walk all the way along the river through the city?
So right now, I'm normally doing it about like 2 hours for you guys to explore downtown. To walk
Okay.
like over to the other side, a day.
If we're
But
walking.
don't worry, there is a train you can take if you have money.
I'm probably gonna
Rolling
take
in
the
that.
train. I'm gonna take the train down to. I will be taking the train after we adjourn.
You want us to walk you to the train? Or are you feeling very confident?
I know where I'm going.
That's not why I asked, but...
Do you guys know how to get back to LeBlanc's?
Teresa, you know how to get back there? Can you guide us?
I can do that. Best of luck, Tobias.
See you tomorrow, Teresa.
Meet us at LeBlanc, Tobias, in the morning.
I'll be there. All right, heads off. Got some writing to do.
As you go back to your sort of shady, leaky apartment where you settle in for the night. In the meantime, everyone else goes back to the House of LeBlanc. You guys can share a single room with 2 beds. It'll cost you a script.
Doc, I got this one if you get the next one.
Sounds like a plan to me. And Teresa, just to answer your question, if we'd be sticking together, it seems like this city isn't very friendly so far. Maybe it's best if those that are friendly to each other stick together.
I think
don't
that's
want-
a good idea. Yeah.
I don't want the redcoats to get a hold of you, and it seems as though keeping them believing that, keeping them believing that Ellie is your mother may be the best opportunity that we have now.
Right. I want to do an insight, or what is it? Scrutiny check
Scrutiny.
on the doctor.
Yes.
Because why does he give a half crap how I do? How do I get back to the cards?
Click on the social encounter card table at the top.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just spend a weird long moment staring at you after you say that, and then I'm going to take off my little coat and curl it up and hold it in my arms. And I will draw a card at some point.
As
but
you're
I will
as
let
you're
you know.
looking at the dock, I'm just looking between the two of you, occasionally surveying. Does the House of LeBlanc in the evening, is it more popular than, let's say, during lunch? And when we've seen it so far, have more people come into this space, or is it fewer people?
You've only seen it in the evenings, and like now it's getting into the late evening, and it is just like rocketing more so.
Gotcha.
I got a 13 scrutiny check because I do nothing but bangers here. Nothing under 12 ever. Do you look genuinely concerned for my well-being, or is there something else going on?
I'll say Doc genuinely, it seems like Doc genuinely believes what he said. Like it doesn't seem like there's any ulterior motives to it whatsoever.
Double meaning? Okay. All right. Then if we're up in the room, I'll take my little coat, put it at the end of one bed.
As we make our way up into the room, it's 2 beds, right?
Yeah.
I turn to both of you and I say, Doc, I could use you to look at my arm again in exchange for one of the beds.
Well, I wouldn't want to be a peep or a peeper. Would you prefer if I paid for my own room tonight? Give you two the beds here.
I don't need a bed. It's all right. You're paying for the room, right? And you've got a whole system worked out. I'm completely fine not sleeping in a bed. I can sleep in the... Is there a bathroom attached to the room?
There's like a single bathroom, yeah.
Is there a bathtub?
Yes.
I put my little coat in the bathtub. I'm just going to sleep in here, which is totally fine. I can... Yeah, so then you two can both have your sort of space, and I can be in here.
I was going to compete for it a little bit personally. Doc, metal arm against metal arm.
I mean, that's something that we could be trying. I'm always up for a challenge. I just wanted to make sure that you two ladies are fine with me staying in the room with you. That's all.
I wear clothes when I sleep, and I
As do I.
Yeah. I look at Ellie.
I slept on the floor last time, Doc. I'm okay.
So, just like I'm going to do. But if you want to arm wrestle, that's totally fine. I just want you to know I'm not trying to take one of the beds.
No, I feel that if you're going to be one of our colleagues, one of our comrades, we can do this as fairly as possible. We'll do regular arm versus you, metal arms versus me and the Doc.
All right.
I wasn't clear. Isn't your left arm the metal arm?
Yeah.
And my right arm is the metal arm, so one of us is going backwards on the challenge.
Yeah. I mean, I can take a handicap too, and Ellie just flexes a little bit with her right arm, and she's just looking at you, Doc. How about it?
It's worth a try.
I want to stress how shrimpy Teresa looks. She looks like she might even get a -2 to any sort of flip that we make. I mean, I'm perfectly sure. Yeah.
You guys settle up and get ready to do a nice arm wrestling table. And then it's easy to forget people who are
Oh, is Hubert with us?
shy, quiet. And
Oh, God.
Hubert says,
Doesn't Hubert have his own apartment?
so this is my wife. This has been nice, but I'm gonna get I'm gonna get an apartment. I mean, if you're gonna stay here, I could leave a phone number, but I think all of you are getting into some things that are really dangerous. And while it was really exciting, I mean, let's be real, I'm probably gonna die if I follow you for much longer. So I mean, this, do your thing, fighting, arm wrestling. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Okay.
I believe that you owe a favor to our friend Tobias.
Well, I'm gonna leave a phone number. If you stay here again or come back to this bar, I'll leave it. You can call me on one of the telephones, and I gotta find a place. I got a little bit of money saved up. It should be fine. Actually, I have a lot of money that I saved up.
I walk over to Hubert and I kind of lean down to him. Hey, sounds good. Before you go, I just want to say thank you. I couldn't have gotten across without you. And I do really want to invite you, if you ever want to learn how to fight. Teresa apparently can train you in something, and Doc could probably teach you medicine. I'll teach you how to punch somebody. But I also would...
Go ahead, sorry.
I also would like to ask You're a lawyer, right?
I mean, I'm gonna have to do some studying. With how many cases I lost, I feel bad saying that I am. But I guess on a technicality, yeah.
Okay. We'll leave your number. And if we ever need a lawyer or if we need another friend, we can give it a call and we can talk to you.
Most of my life has consisted of birds landing on me and people ignoring me and narrowly missing being hit by a horse. But I have to say, since I met all of you, for the first time in my life, if this was like a book, I felt like a hero and not someone who just gets hit by the cart and ran over and forgotten. So, yeah. Thank you, all of you. I mean, I know I'm not cut out for this, but it was nice for once not to feel like, for a lack of better term, dog shit.
Your name is Hubert, right? I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
met you. Yeah.
Yes.
I think you're so much making the right decision by avoiding fighting. I think everybody should. But I don't really know how to use a phone. But if I do call you and talk to you, then I'd be more than happy to teach you how to protect yourself if you need to, you know.
I mean, I'll be in touch, but like, I'm glad we're on the same page. You seem a little on the small side, and I mean, I'm like 5'2" and made of stuff and fluff. Like,
Yeah, I'm 4'11", so it's rough.
yeah, like I literally had a moment where there was a fly and I slapped it, palm down, caught it, and like it survived. So this is not the life for me. But thank you. You take care of yourself, Teresa. You seem like a sweet girl. And I mean, like, if I had a kid, I'd want her, to be sweet, kind of like you.
Right.
Hubert, can I walk you out so that I can give the ladies some privacy?
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's go, Dr. Murphy.
If you need anything, Hubert, I was your fake wife, but you can call on me.
Hopefully I'll stay out of trouble and I won't call on you because you're the only person I ever met that carries a gun. That's kind of terrifying.
Well, if you ever need somebody who carries a gun, call on me.
I mean, I carried a knife and like he takes it out and then just like kind of snaps the blade. He's like, but it was made of plastic, like it was a kid. I wanted to feel tough, but okay, yeah, let's go, Dr. Murphy.
When they leave, I'm gonna pick up the snapped part of the plastic knife and I'm gonna put it in another pocket deep into my coat.
And as you pick it up, I'm gonna quietly say, "Should have saw that coming. I really thought that was real." Ugh.
You thought the knife was real?
It is shiny. It's plastic, but it is shiny.
Yeah, that was a very believable looking knife the first time you pulled it out. It freaked me the hell out.
All a knife needs to do is look like a knife, usually. If you get to the point where you need it to be a knife. I don't think Hubert should be in those sorts of situations.
Not at this time, but maybe later, sure.
Yeah, maybe.
We cut back over to Dr. Murphy as you are walking Hubert out.
Why do birds have such a thing for you?
I'm not sure. My father was a very superstitious man, and he used to say that some people are lucky and some people are unlucky, and I assumed that the fact that birds land on me and do their business, I must be just very unlucky. I don't know, maybe born under the wrong star or something.
Superstitions can keep men alive. Do you read much, Hubert?
Oh, yeah, religiously, if anything, yes, I do.
Well, my father always recommended a book to me, well, that I read when I was younger, Around the World in 80 Days, and, well, one of the things that it taught me the most was that life is what you make it. And not all fights are won with fisticuffs or violence.
You know what? I saw that. I saw that in the window when you guys were like looking at the Star Theater. There was a little shop across the street that there was like a really nice looking version of that inside. I mean, maybe I'll go back and buy it because like it definitely caught my eye.
You may have to beat me to it. I lost my copy a long time ago.
Well, I mean, you've helped me. Maybe I'll let you have it. You could pass it along to me, and then dare I say it, we'll be friends.
Maybe if you pick it up, you can give it to Reed and then hand it over afterwards.
He looks up at you and says, "Thanks. It was nice to meet you, Dr. Murphy. I'll be in touch. Toodaloo."
I'll reach out at my hand to shake it, and as he shakes my hand, just say, "Just remember, we're all the heroes of our own story." And then I'll turn and walk back in.
Okay. You head back upstairs. Ellie and Teresa, did you guys want to do anything special? Have like any
I
sort
believe
of
we're all
conversation?
gonna arm wrestle, but is anything going down with Tobias while we are arm wrestling? Or does he just have a peaceful night?
I mean, he's just walking up. He's going to meet you in the room.
Alright, why don't we arm wrestle, go to sleep, and we'll...
Tobias.
Yeah.
No, Tobias is having a peaceful night. Sorry. Dr. Murphy's just going to walk up, meet you in the room. But Tobias, he does his own thing.
Yeah, my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to get into that now, or are we...
Do you have anything prepared for that you want to do? Because if so, for sure. If not, I was going to kind of keep it on the back burner.
Not particular, but it's being done, my own thing.
We
So I
will address that
I
Okay.
think
In
in the
our
near future.
deck
Okay.
I think our deck has a problem because 2 people pulled the 7 of Rams
That's interesting.
for arm wrestling. But
One of them's going to be a glitched one. What everyone can't get discarded is a glitched one.
Okay. So as we sit down, if you can assist with that at all, Wolfe, I sit down across from Teresa with my right arm. All right, you ready?
sure, yeah. What am I adding to this flip?
I'm going to say in this situation, it's going to be for Ellie, it's going to be a pneumatic. For you,
she's using her normal arm.
I'm using
on
my
me.
normal arm against
Oh,
Teresa.
well then it'll be martial arts.
Martial arts? That's not might based, so I have a chance. And I'm
Martial
trained
arts?
in it.
No, we'll do heavy melee because it should be might. It's arm wrestling.
Wouldn't it be
Or do-
athletics? Athletics?
I don't have any of them, and if it's
Well, I
might
mean-
based, then I have
Yeah.
-2. So,
Might
Athletics
or
would make it
athletics.
straight might.
That makes sense. Might or athletics.
so I got a 5.
All right, and I got a 10. So as we grab arms, I look across at you, Teresa, and Ellie just says, "All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1." And then I just slowly push over
It's
Teresa.
like I'm not doing anything at all.
All right, next time you'll beat me on that.
Probably not, but thank you.
All right, Doc. And I pull up the left arm. This or the handicap? Which one do you want?
Well, I may need the handicap here, so maybe if I use my pneumatic and use your regular one, be fair
Done.
fight.
And we will draw against this. As I'm staring at you, Doc, I say, I'm just looking at you. Glad that we got rid of that clock. was a little worried about that.
All right. I agree with you. It was a troubling thing. I felt like I had to keep my head down more than anything. Felt like it was a little bit, well, felt like people felt like I was turning away from them.
Do you know what it did?
I don't. I mean, I know that there were some magical qualities behind it. When I looked at it when I was first given it, that's kind of what I got the sense of. Something was stuck on 2:30, or the time was stuck on 2:30.
Bomb or not a bomb?
As far as I could tell, it wasn't a bomb, but I'll tell you, my enchanting skills are not, well, enchanting magic skills are not anything to write home about, and so I don't know. I wouldn't trust myself. I'm just glad to have it out of my possession, you know.
Yeah. I think that was putting us in danger, especially with Asher.
I agree. There was some sort of, well, creature or something that looked like it might have been human at one point that was, well, staring me down in the station when we were going through the checkpoint.
I noticed that thing too. Not seen it before.
I mean, I know that from what I know or what I've heard, there's something that tracks magic, but beyond that, I don't know if it could sense the watch or if it was sensing my arm. You never know.
Yeah. Teresa, you know what it was?
What did it look like?
Had strange eyes that glowed, and it seemed to focus in, according to Doc here, on people.
Blue eyes?
Blue, yeah.
Kind of a tethered dark cloak.
I've seen one of these before, right? Brent?
Yeah.
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 I don't know what they're called. I just assumed that it was one of the things that I'd heard of on the other side.
They do track magic. Yeah, in a way, they do. You're not... No, you're not. I don't think so. Are you trained in any sort of magic at all?
I mean, it seems like a loaded question in these parts. Is it not?
Yeah. Alright, that's fair. It's you wouldn't happen to be trained in necromancy. Or maybe be dead, but you don't look dead, so
I mean, not that I know of. The only practical the only practical experience I have with magic is enchanting my own arm. Or figuring out my own arm. Getting it to animate using the soulstone dust.
alright.
Wyatt,
Well,
do you know necromancy?
No, but as far as I know, the fellows with the blue eyes are very they're sort of like dogs. They can sort of send out necromancy and the resurrectionist type of people. So if it wasn't you, then I think it probably was whatever it was the theatre wanted. The little watch had something like that in it.
Nice.
All right, Doc. Let's do this. I have a question for Teresa while we do it.
I was imagining this whole conversation was happening while you were wrestling.
I think at this point I hold my right arm out. Doc, what does your pneumatic look like again?
It is it's pretty well built. It looks like there's shaped plating around the actual mechanic, and so you can't really see the mechanic at all. It looks like a solid, muscular, faceted arm.
Oh, this one's fancy looking. Okay, so I sit forward. Hey, Teresa, and I draw a card. I got a 5 total on this. Teresa,
I might actually beat you.
You don't know where to get any, Doc, what is it called? That dust you put in your arm?
The soulstone dust.
You don't know where to get any of that, do you, Teresa?
I assume that I don't. Brent, I don't. Right.
So
That sounds like rich people business.
for the sake of our audience, in this world, every pneumatic, like every mechanical limb, needs soul dust or soul stones. A very rare, lucrative, like gold-like currency that is very, very difficult to come by unless you pay an arm and a leg from the guild. So both of your guys' mechanical arms are on a time limit. I'm going to say, for simplicity's sake, you have about a week until they just stop working, until that gasoline-like substance of soul dust just goes dead, and then you will have a dead arm. So when you ask Teresa that, or Nemo, she has no idea what you're talking about, but that worry...
I don't know what soul dust is.
You know what soul dust is, but you have like no idea on where to get it.
Not a concern that I've ever had. Okay.
No.
No, I don't. Why?
How's this arm wrestling going?
I got a like roll. I got a 3, but I'm -2 might, so that's gonna put it at 1.
So I want Ellie. I want to be very clear to Ellie that she just arm wrestled 2 people who have a -2 to all might checks. So I hope she feels very proud.
The camera doesn't notice that. All we see is Ellie being a badass.
Against these
So
string beans.
As I grab this pneumatic, fancy-looking mechanical arm, and we're going, we're just like, fighting each other at the center for a moment as I
And like
slowly
sparks
start
are
to
shooting
win.
out of your arm as well.
Yeah, that's a shame. Doc, I think we need to go and find a source for this at some point. I know mine is not going to do very well and last very long, and I gesture down to my much shoddier, rusty, and bolts and springs poking out of pneumatic arm as my left arm as I push against Doc.
Very
Are you still planning on finding a fighting pit?
I'm planning on finding a place to meet some people who are willing fighters, yeah.
Are you planning on participating?
If the money is good, and if I see a opportunity, it might be what Tobias wants.
Might I give you a... Well... Might I look at your arm as well as the rest of your health before you do so?
Be much appreciated.
Make sure that everything's kicking? I mean, if I can know your medical history a little bit, it may assist me in treating you later. Especially if you're going into something dangerous, it might be useful.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Alright, will do.
And then I just slam Doc's arm on the table and put my hands up. Yes! Oh, it's been a while since I've had a good little competition. So thank you. Thank you, you both.
It was
I'm gonna
built
go to
more
bed
for
now.
dexterity.
So do you get both beds? Because you won twice.
Yeah, I do get both beds. I like that idea. Doc,
Okay.
as a favor for you to look at my arm later, I grant you one of the beds.
Great. I'll be in the bathtub.
Very
Teresa?
gracious of you.
Next time we rent a room, we, all 3 of us, should talk about if we want to stay in the same rooms. We set up a watch. The other night I slept on the floor next to the door so nobody could get in.
I can do that. I don't need a lot of sleep.
Okay? I'll take turns at some point in time, but if you want to do first one, then I agree. You're helping us out after all.
Yeah. And the next room I'm going to pay for it. So
Okay. I'm going to bed now.
How do you distribute the beds? Does everyone sleep on the floor, Ellie?
she just
No.
said.
Doc gets a bed, I get a bed, and Teresa, aka Nemo, is gonna sleep on the floor in front of the door.
Okay. Teresa sleeps on the door. You guys have sort of your separate beds. The next morning comes up. You guys get up. You have a quick breakfast down in the lodge, and then Tobias comes and meets up with you. And so, to put things into perspective, you guys have been you've been in the city of Malifaux for a small amount of time, but at least two of you have a lingering problem where you are going to need to get a soul stone or soul dust to keep your arm functioning. You guys have talked about wanting to find a fighting pit. If you want to do that, it's fine. We're going to probably do like an ongoing challenge check, but when everyone eventually meets up in the House of LeBlanc, which is it's gotten a lot more simple now. It's early morning. All the guests have sort of like moved along who come here for the bar. There's a piano sort of softly playing from a very, very hungover pianist. And you guys are getting sausages and eggs and just sort of eating and having a nice breakfast. What is your plan going forward?
Is there a way that we can get the red coat man to pay for our breakfast? Or is that, do you think, we've used that up?
I think that's pushing it a little bit far at this point in time. Where's Tobias? Speaking of paying for breakfast.
Tobias walks in.
There we go.
Quietly, I'll say to Ellie, as he's pretending, he's not rich, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to walk in after hearing that.
Yeah.
You walk
Not
in, turn
rich.
around, and leave.
Bright and early, guys. Bright and early. Good to see you're enjoying some breakfast. What's our plan for today? We're gonna go look for those fighting pits, right? Because that's got a few leads we can follow. Got a few things we can look up. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, it seems right to me. Be good to get a little bit of a lay of the land. Know who's willing to fight around here. That's not necessarily a red coat, in my opinion.
Do you know where to get any soulstone dust?
Soulstone dust?
Aye.
History or
Yep.
bureaucracy? Let me
Or,
get
you know what? Again, because you're a newscaster, I'll say literacy.
And
let
as
me-
you are sitting down, I slide you over a plate of food and just sort of gesture. Breakfast yet? Have you had it?
I could always use some breakfast. Thank you kindly. Let me.
I have a
work
full
again this card.
plate of spaghetti.
For breakfast.
I'm just
Spaghetti.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
breakfast.
they'll give it to me.
spaghetti again. Okay.
I'm
I mean,
just
living
thinking,
here, you guys are gonna
slurp
be eating a
each
lot of
noodle
spaghetti.
individually.
Come on. All right, there we go. That was literacy, so this is going to be an 8.
So, soul dust is the heart of Malifaux, right? It's the heart of the world. That's why the breach exists. That's why Malifaux exists. You're familiar with the inner workings. You know that if you are a guild employee, you can get soul dust on pay from the guild, but it's gonna be double. It's gonna be about 5 script per dose, which would keep a pneumatic alive for a month. But Malifaux is all about connections. There are people that if you talk to, they could lead you to a position or like a person that sells it for much, much cheaper. But of course, that's on the up and up. That doesn't exist, right? Like the guild owns all of the soul dust, and anyone who has soul dust is a terrorist. But you've been around the block well enough to know if you make the right friends, you get it for about a script.
For a month?
Yeah, script for a
Okay.
month. Step 5. And like
that's a deal.
five is if you are a member of the guild. If like these guys wanted to do it, it's gonna cost them about 10.
Okay. Soulstone Dust. Yeah, I got a few connections. You well, I guess you're in the market for it. You got an arm. How much money you got?
9.
And we can keep that working for about 9 months if you want.
What about if we can you invite your friend to these pits or wherever we're gonna go find some people to fight?
Sure.
Maybe we can get it for a little bit cheaper.
Sure. I can drop him a line. See if you can talk your way into his heart. Maybe we'll get you a deal.
So Tobias, it's not gonna be. You don't know anyone who sells it for that much, but you know if you go like through the underworld, it can be done.
Tobias is very confident.
Like, hey, I know a guy with a good sale. It's like you're gonna have to go into the underbelly, which is pits. Pits are a good start, but like you're gonna have to make connections. In the world of Malifaux, like you can't go buy a gun. You gotta know the right person. Like it's very, very. There are layers to getting what you want, but the pits, it's a good place to possibly find someone or start on that path.
I'm gonna finish slurping a noodle and then say, Tobias, so the story that you're writing, what kind of story is it? Who's it for?
The story is for the Malifaux Tatler, best newspaper in the city.
Who reads it?
Everyone reads it. You telling me you live here and you haven't heard of it?
See, no, I don't read it though, not often.
Can you read Nemo?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I've played too many illiterate characters and I'm done.
Very nice.
More what I'm asking is, are your audience looking for a story about, scrappy people breaking the law and finding dust on their own terms, or are they looking for a happy story about how the guild gave them all the dust they needed to work their arms? What are we expecting to give to you here?
I think they're expecting a story about immigrants overcoming hardship, about making their way. They're looking for a successful story. So I'm here to give you guys your success, write about it, and get a paycheck for it. And everyone around here is going to know your stage names, especially if you're going to be underground if you're going to be boxing championship. They're going to want to know your stage name. They're going to want to know your humble origins. They're gonna want a story. You know, they want you to win the day. I think we'll be okay with that.
Put my name down as Sarah, please.
Sarah.
Yeah.
I want to wrap this up and start moving forward towards the actual fighting picks. Like Tobias, you are talking to Teresa and asking like what her fighting position is going to be. Especially Doc Murphy and Ellie, you guys are realizing like you are definitely in a problem because your arms in about a week are going to stop working. And Doc Murphy has helped you, Ellie, but until you get a new arm, you're going to have reoccurring problems. You have a faulty computer. You have a device that someone fixes it and it'll work, but it's going to keep breaking down because you don't have the right parts. So unless you guys have like anything really important to say to one another, I want to start going into an ongoing challenge to where you guys try to find where is a fighting pit in the city. Where can we find someone to, knock their blocks off?
Okay. So I assume we're gonna start asking around LeBlanc first. Where is LeBlanc? It's not downtown, is it?
It isn't downtown.
It isn't downtown.
The House of LeBlanc isn't downtown.
Oh,
Every civilized thing is just in this small pocket of downtown. Malifaux sucks. It's like civilization. Everything else sucks.
Okay. So I didn't know you guys were staying in the rich part of town. Okay. So we'll move out to the slums and we'll start asking around there. That's probably the best bet.
So I'm gonna need. We're gonna go to a ongoing challenge. I'm gonna need barter, bewitch, carouse, gambling, or intimidate. The target number is going to be 10. It's going to take you guys about an hour, and you need 6 successes.
Which of those are not charisma based again?
You might be in trouble.
I think
Whatever.
carousing, which I do not have. Is that
Carouse is resilience based.
Yeah.
Is there a way that I could pickpocket my way to the top? Sorry, go ahead, Jake. What were you saying?
I would like to just lead off by saying, as somebody who's seen her fair share of people who know how to fight, can I make an argument that I would like to use just initially a notice check at maybe a higher TN to just be looking around for crowds and people who know their way around like a fist fight or any sort of like combat. That's what I'm starting with in these spaces.
In this situation, because of the lore of the fighting pit that you don't know yet, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
It will make sense eventually, but with how I have imagined it and like the lore behind it, no.
All right.
Can I use another one not on the list? Either wilderness or track. You talked about wilderness before, not necessarily being about nature, but being about knowing your way around an area. If I would know the seedy underbelly. Would I know a likely area that we might want to start?
It makes sense for your character. All right, so this is the last argument I'm gonna do because I do want to move it forward.
It's all I can offer.
I know when we did the session 0, I was like, oh, we can always argue, but if we do this, it's gonna take forever to get through this check. And I do want to get to like the meat of tonight's session, where you guys start to get hit with like some.
No,
Really
I think the funnest part of actual play shows is arguing about ability checks.
Well, you win this time. I will accept a wilderness check. The target number is 10.
I'll be carousing with various people and drinking and chatting with them,
At
looking
9 a.m.
for, yeah, sitting down for an early drink with some people, splitting a mimosa. Yeah.
Oh. May I make an argument for convince? I
got a 15. Does that count as 2 successes or?
No, there's only one. It's not D&D. Before we switch over to Zack, what does it look like?
My plan is, because I've been around the less good parts of the city quite a bit, I'm just kind of weaving our way through crowds, kind of keeping, if people want to stay behind for now, that's okay, but I'm weaving through trying to find the area where I think it might be, kind of scouting out what areas we think are likely places. Anyone who wants to come with me can. Otherwise, I'm going to report back. We probably want to go around here to help limit their search.
So, you stick to the shadows. You're using your knowledge of the city. As you're moving along, you are finding like these small crowds in the slums. You're out of the actual downtown, where it is a mixture of like tin sheets, wood, and you are drawn. You're drawn to your history. You're drawn to the background. You're drawn to things you have heard before. You are drawn to the phlegm-filled coughs. You are drawn to the sound of people who have lost hope. You are moving along through the slums, sort of like listening outside a window where there's a mother and father who are talking about she's not gonna make it. You know, once the guild finds out she's sick, they're gonna send us to the quarantine zone, and I'll need this job. I need to survive. It's like, don't worry. I heard there's a place where you can win some money, and like you peer through the window and you see like they're writing down on a paper, and like you catch a glimpse of just a piece of the address, and like that's a check for you. Zack, you said you were doing something. What were you doing?
I was gonna try convince. Maybe I can. If we're carousing with people, maybe I can do that very same cruise thing, but just sober. And I can talk to them, be like, "Hey, you guys are rough and tumble guys. Do you know any place where you can make a quick buck being a rough and tumble guy?"
I'm gonna say, because you don't know anyone you can talk to who does this, it's going to be a cruise, gambling, intimidate, bewitch, or barter.
Cruise, gambling, intimidate.
If you had connections, which this city is made up on, which you currently do not, for sure.
Let me do gambling, maybe. That's probably gonna be my highest one.
Okay.
How many successes do we need?
5.
5. Okay.
It's gonna be 7. Yeah, 7.
So it's a failure, but it doesn't like
It's not a complete
check
failure.
against you. Yeah.
Okay. Do I lose money for that? No.
I want to say in this situation, no.
No? Okay, that's good.
And as we're starting to look around, Ellie, she starts off in the House of LeBlanc. It's in the upper, sort of richer areas of the town.
Yep.
She starts to sort of carouse with folks. She's sitting down, just chatting with people over a drink. And how she kind of approaches tables as she comes over and grabs a chair from a nearby table, spins it and sits down. What you drinking? Any know of anywhere that could be kind of fun, entertaining?
You sit down, sort of spin the chair around, and they all look at each other and they're like, "You know where to get brilliance?"
A library, maybe? You looking for brilliance? Is that the case? A science factory? People do crazy things in factories all the time. Is that what you're wondering?
They look at you and there's like this mixture of, do I think you were an idiot or do I think this is hilarious? And how they react will depend on your flip.
And with my 5 for carouse here, I just sort of sit quietly waiting for their response, staring at them.
They begin to chuckle loudly and just like, it hurts a little bit, like on a social aspect, probably not so much for Ellie because she doesn't care, but like they just get their drinks and walk away and are just laughing their ass off. That is going to be one in the, if really bad things happen, failure tree.
Let me try a bewitch check because that's at least social.
Well, you already did your check, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Doc's got to do his, right?
Let's go to Doc. Doc Murphy, what are you doing?
So I would actually like to not make a check.
That is not how this works.
Well, listen, hold on.
Okay.
I'm still not sure that.
Okay.
I'm still not sure that I want these people to be fighting in a fighting pit and throwing themselves into danger. And so I don't know if I'm okay actually looking for the fighting pit.
if that's what your party wanted. If you don't want to participate, what are you doing instead?
So if we were in the bar, I guess I was going to attempt to use this time to essentially try to find out more about like what being a doctor entails within Malifaux. But if we have the time for it.
Here is my offer. I will give you a carouse check or a history check where you can do this, and I will tell you some interesting information about being a doctor. If you do that, because you did state that you don't want to be a part of this, you are taken out of it. As far as like adding to your fellow group on what they can learn. But I'll allow carouse. I'll allow a medical check as well. But like this is your only contribution.
Oh, you'll give me a doctor check? Heck yeah. All right.
But not contributing, it'll have consequences.
That's fine. I mean, if I don't have time to look at stuff, I was just trying to explore the city, like that local area. But
all right, give me a medical check.
holy crap! That's a 13 of crows plus 6, so 19.
Jesus. Okay.
With the 19, does he somehow help us?
On accident.
We need 5 successes. TN10, it's so hard.
Yeah. I don't have any of these skills, dude.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do.
I'm caroused.
Okay.
So here's how this plays out. All right, hold on. I gotta. You're going off the radar a little bit for a second, brother. Let me
Yeah, no
find
worries.
who I want.
I'm fine waiting if you want to go through the ongoing check too.
Yeah, what is it? What does doctoring look like for what is Doc Murphy doing
I got him.
as he's doing this?
I'm going like outside the bar looking for anyone that looks like they might be like coughing into a rag or like have any sort of thing wrong with them, and basically trying to follow them or like ask them where their doctor is, and then essentially trying to find like a doctor's office to go in and basically be like ask them what's going on, like how do you become a doctor in Malifaux?
You knocked out the park, man. You rolled crazy high, right? Here's what you find. As you are going along, you are talking to like different individuals and everything, and you are following a trail of suffering. Occasionally, as you are going farther and farther away from downtown, there are handkerchiefs that are covered in blood. There are like people sort of like holding themselves up against the wall, pressing their hand against it, just right, coughing and everything. And that desire to heal begins to sort of bubble up inside of you. And you see someone who like has their hand on the shoulder of another person, and they're talking about someone by the name of Helena Strout. And what you gather from this conversation is that they are a freelance doctor who lives on the outskirts of the city, or well, close. They live somewhere in the quarantine zone where they help people who are suffering, help people without like any sort of money, and they are just a healer of sorts.
Okay.
All right. If that is everyone, we will go back to the top of the round. We have 1 success. We have 1 detrimental failure. 1 no failure. Doesn't matter.
I will say if I find this out quickly, I will help afterwards if you want me to. Like if I come back and like it's just been so long, I will start to help.
We
That's
might
acceptable.
need it.
I mean, normally I'd be like, do what you want, but The TN is so high, and none of us can do any of this.
10 is
I
rough.
don't have any of them either.
Okay.
Target number 10.
Am I?
Okay.
Am I the top of the round? Who's the top of the round?
Yeah, whoever wants to go first.
Jake, go ahead.
I'd like to, after being sort of laughed out of LeBlanc, I stride out and start looking around for Toby or Tobias. And eventually, upon finding Tobias, I approach and say, "Hey, I need your help.
Oh, what'd you got for us?
I need you to just look pretty. And if I say something wrong, I need you to help me correct it a little bit when I go and try to consort with a couple of other people here."
And looking pretty is what I do best. Let's do it.
Good. All right. I go to take me to a seedier bar, by the way. LeBlanc is too upper class.
Mm. All right. Well, we'll walk a few blocks down and find a better bar. Better bar
And
for
then
our
I never
practices.
see you again.
We're just down the street. It's fine.
Ellie, you can take a flip with Tobias giving you advantage.
Okay. We stride in, right? Tobias, you can kind of tell that having now spent an hour just trying to get information from the House of LeBlanc, Ellie is just sort of a little bit more annoyed. It's early in the morning for me to be trying to suss this out and this myth of what it would probably be like to get a biting pit. I mean, I gotta find one at some point is sort of my feeling to this. And so as I walk in, I just find the next group of like rough and tumble men or women or both and just stride up to them before walking over and saying, "It's my friend, Tobias. We're looking for information here. We want to know what you can tell me about where somebody might get some action, fight if we're looking for one." And I get an advantaged flip of 10 in carouse.
You meet, and you can see this person is sort of walking along, and when they're walking along, you see the gun at the hip. You see a couple of them have guns slung over their shoulder, and you catch a brief glimpse of a bounty, but before you can read who it is, it's already in the jacket because you just barely met. But they look at you, they look down at the gun at your holster, and they say, "Yeah, hit a little bit east. That's where you want to go." So you get that brief success where nothing happens, but one more to it. All right, who's next?
I'll go next, but because I don't have all the skills in front of me, are any of them reliant on cunning, tenacity, or speed? Or are they all resilience, charm?
Oh man, we gotta have the cheat sheet up.
Yeah, sorry.
Gambling is based on cunning.
Okay. Then I'll probably do that if that's what
You have no money, so no. Hold on. You are gonna have to set up something with me where you bet your fucking shoes or something you found.
I will say I only have one item of value, and I'm not gonna. Everything else, I literally fished out of a dumpster.
Give me a quick normal pickpocket check, and then.
So, hold on. So we're out of cards in the main deck. So I was gonna shuffle those, but Brent, did you want to explain that to the stream really quick? What happened?
So, yeah, if we're out of main cards, you guys shuffle, and you all get to draw one more for your twist hand, which is a personal hand where players can occasionally cheat. They can change the number of the card. They all have their own deck. It could be good, it could be bad. So, I mean, if we're out of cards, the laws of the land, please shuffle that. Everyone draw one for their twist deck.
Yep. The twist deck is reshuffled, so you can draw again now.
Beautiful. For you, Deanna, I need you to
pickpocket so that I have something to gamble. That's great. I'm a great pickpocket. I'm an okay pickpocket. All right, good to know. What is the target number for pickpocketing?
I'm gonna say in this situation, you're really good at it, but the target number is 10, so it stays on 10.
Well, is the pickpocketing check gonna get us a success?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I got a 6, but I am going to. Okay, I'm gonna show my cards. I got a 6, but I'm going to cheat it to a 10.
Okay.
Yeah. So the pickpocketing counts as a success for everything?
Yeah.
All right.
What do you steal, and how do you use it to find this information?
I would like to say that I was trying to find my way back to the group after I had seen through that little window there. And I come up and I see that Ellie and Tobias are talking to this person. He puts something into his coat pocket while he's talking to them, and I'm just walking past the other way, quickly take it out of his coat pocket and come around the outside to meet them later.
What do you give to someone to find information, though?
Oh, I thought because you said that they saw something. Okay. Is the piece of paper not important?
It could be. I want you. So you pickpocketed something.
Yeah. The gentleman that they were talking to who had the gun.
What is it you pickpocketed that like leads you closer to finding a fighting pit?
You said that he had a bounty poster that he tucked away that they only got a glimpse of, but that helped him on the success. Is that not helpful?
I like that a lot. Yeah, no, that helps me actually.
Yeah, because he tucked it away in his pocket as he was talking to them because he didn't want them to see it. And I'm just, while they're distracting him, take it out of his pocket, go the long way around the block and meet back up with them. And I'm going to show them whatever's on that poster.
So you pickpocket it, come back around, meet up with Ellie. Ellie, like you were left in this situation where it's like you caught a glimpse of it. That's a little unsettling because, you know, you're thinking about like being a hero, right? You remember the Ortegas and everything. But here comes Nemo. You know, 2 heads shorter than you, just holds up. You unravel it. It is a very vague bounty that talks about how bounties are meant to be picked up from the Cage of Grace. You need a license. But this bounty talks about something known as the Widow Weaver, which is a horrifying nightmare of a thing that is apparently plaguing this this city. And it says, like, come to the City of Grace and talk to one of the Ortegas.
I show them that, and then I tell them about the little address that I saw partially written out. I don't tell them about how sad those parents and baby were, but I do share the address. So we're at.
Thanks a lot, Teresa. This is I was hoping to get a look at one of these. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It specifically says you will speak with Santiago Ortega.
So how
Very
many successes
handy.
are we at?
So you guys are at 2 successes and 1 critical failure.
I thought we were at 3 successes. I got 1, Ellie got 1, and then I got another one, didn't I?
You're
Ellie,
right.
you got 1, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Sorry. 3 successes, 1 critical failure. So, because I want to move this along, and this will take a long time if we do everything individually, I want to just go through successes, and then we're going to describe what happens and see if you guys fail or I destroy you all.
Okay, those are the
Zack,
2 options.
let
Are we
me-
fail or we're destroyed?
Or
Yeah,
Tobias,
let me
all
try to
I believe
draw.
you're up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all go again and keep drawing and see how fast we succeed or fail. Is that what you like us to do?
Come on,
Yes,
man.
I want to kill you.
I'm about to draw Bewitch, so let me try to see if I can get people to like me enough that they'll tell me a little bit of their secrets.
Oh yeah.
Draw that, please.
So as you're drawing, I'm gonna follow the clue to go east and continue to carouse, because that is how I gather this information and how I'm gonna succeed in doing this. I'm gonna 13 as I'm just chatting around with people in bars, starting to talk more about fighting pits, looking for an opportunity to make my name, or for people to bet against me, whichever one they'd like to do.
Finally, there we go. 13 of crows plus nothing. It's just 13 of crows.
So,
So they really like me.
give me a visual image of how you do this.
I'm going to. It can't be the same people. It's got to be some new guys.
Absolutely.
We're going
Yeah.
bar to bar, slummier and slummier bars.
But I'm going to approach people and be, hey, let me. What are you drinking? How about? We're looking to place a few bets. On something that's a little seedier. Is there anything, anybody anything that we can point us in the right direction? And I flash my charming smile.
And your charming smile hits like a train,
Mm.
right? Like you're moving along, you're talking, explaining things. Like they're looking at you, they're having a good time, drinking a little bit, and they start saying, far to the east, you want to find the fear crops.
Fear crops. Okay. All right. I thank him kindly for that information. I get my compatriots to walk a little further east.
That'll be success 4. Jake, what were you doing?
I went and got a 13 as I just continued to carouse with people, moving east myself, chatting more about bars, more or less offering, hey, I'm looking for a fighting pit. You know where one is? You want to bet against me? You're going to lose some money, but...
You get your 13, right? And like you're going around and you're in that mood of like, I'm going to be a champion, right? Like you feel confident. Like, you know your power. You know how good you are at what you're doing, especially from your backstory and the person you spent a lot of time with. Like, you feel very confident. And every time you go to someone, there is not a sense of pride, not a sense of competition. It's, you find people who are like, oh, you're down and out. Yeah, we know where you can earn some money as a fighter. You just keep heading east. Like there's a warehouse somewhere. You keep going that way, right? And like you keep meeting these people with this expectation of like competition, but it's like, oh, you need money. Yeah. Just keep heading this way.
I want to, as Tobias and Ellie are making a killing in that last bar there, I'm gonna scurry down to where the good doctor is, and if he's still that close to the quarantine zone and the sick folks. It's not a good place to be. Do you want to come to the bar with us?
Yes.
Does the doctor respond?
Wait, the doctor as in Wolfe?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I might have said the wrong name. I was heading down to where Doc Murphy was. I very confidently said the wrong name, it sounds like, but I was going for Doc Murphy.
You were waiting on me and no one responded, so I was like...
Yeah, like...
No, I was trying to talk to Dr. Murphy.
Somebody's got to keep you out of the trouble. I guess I can go.
I'm serious. You don't want to be around here.
I have no problem with being around here. It's more just... I don't like to see people hurt, and when they choose to hurt themselves, it's... Well, it's against what I typically go for.
I suppose so.
But somebody's got to keep you out of trouble, and, well, if Ellie's going to fight, we may need to make sure her arm is working correctly.
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah. Come down this way, and I guide him back to the bar where everybody else is.
As we're walking back, are you going to be fighting?
I don't know. It depends on. Is he your boss? Do you actually work for Tobias?
I mean, he pays me money to do things, but it's more he pays me money to be involved, to follow me around. It's more of a contractor work than anything.
So if he tells you to do something, you can say no.
Yes, that was out of the arrangement. The arrangement was for him to follow us around and write about what we be doing.
All right. Well, then I can fight if you all really need me to, but probably not. No, I'd rather not.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, miss? I know that you strayed away from it from Tobias, but I don't need to know your exact age, but do you have a roundabout? You see, the guild, the Redcoat thought that you were a child. I don't feel comfortable sending a child into a fighting pit, you know.
Yeah, no, Like, Nemo looks genuinely confused for a long moment. I think I'm 19. Yeah. Yes. No, I'm not a child, so I can die, you know, it's fine. That was a bad joke, I'm sorry.
I don't think anyone be talking about dying, but yeah. If you're a lass, you can make your own decisions, as I see it.
Would like to. Are you a doctor? I mean, I saw the bag, and I mean, you seem you were talking about not like people being hurt as the opposite of what you do. So I thought,
In another life, I was, and well, trying to be one once again.
right, it's a very good thing to be. Right, the bar's this way.
I
I'll follow
need
you.
Dr. Murphy to give me a medical check.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I like your guys' RP scene. I have some thoughts in my mind. Yeah.
I'm concerned.
I am too.
With your medicine check, you find out that she's 45 years old.
This is when we find out you're a ghost.
I'm not a ghost.
It's only a 3 rams, but that is a 9.
You are too distracted talking to Nemo to discover anything of note. You're talking to her, you're like kind of looking at her, you know, a little bit strange, trying to weigh out who this person is.
She genuinely does not seem to know how old she is.
Yeah,
that was a stab in the dark.
It's strange. Jake or Zack, would you like to make the last check? I need a critical fail or a success. Anything in the middle is bad because
we got 5 successes.
It was 6 though.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Jake, you want to do it?
Yeah, Tobias. Again, look pretty, smile behind me.
Gotcha.
Correct me when I'm
I
wrong.
can do that. keep you from looking like a fool.
All right, I'm gonna draw 2. Continue to carouse with people. Okay. I'm gonna cheat the card to succeed on this and get a 12 in carousing.
We're gonna
There's a
get to
part of
that
me who
pit.
loves you for that. Okay, after kind of moving around, Ellie, like most of your interactions are like this push and pull, this scraping of steel, where there are hardened individuals who interact in this town. And like you're rapidly starting to understand that being a killer, mercenary, bounty hunter, like anything, any sort of job of violence is very, very common in Malifaux. But there's that mutual respect when they're talking to you. And like, so you get your information, Tobias, like you get your information just like from mingling from people, from interacting with them. Doc and Teresa, you guys are like interacting with yourself, like you're looking at people, and eventually you find out that just on the edge of the quarantine zone, there is a place called the Sledge. There is nothing glamorous about it. You entered this with the idea that like you can make a lot of money, but there is a somber sense that is hitting you, especially because like some of you, the way you heard about the Sledge was like you go there to make money. It seems dreary, it seems shadowy, kind of somber, but you could potentially make money there. And before we get into it, this new fighting arena, we are going to go on break. At this point in time, I would like to say that, again, if you want to win the beautiful t-shirt, do exclamation mark loot, and then you should be able to win it. Just a reminder, you have to be a follower to have a chance to win the t-shirt. We might be getting in some cards here soon. I know that Malifaux is a system that uses cards, and there's beautiful Malifaux cards, and I think I want to start adding them to the giveaway. In the meantime, we love you guys, and we'll see you probably in about 15 minutes. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just thinking about these dice again. But don't worry about it. We're gonna get right back into the story.
Oh, giveaway announcement.
Giveaway announcements. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes I fail at announcements because I get distracted easily, like a cat with a laser pointer. Tonight we are giving away the long sleeve t-shirt. We are going to give our announcements on who the winner is. Lauren or Daniel, take it over, you beautiful, beautiful people.
Yes, our winner is Peter the Eater 15. You are the winner of our t-shirt.
Peter Pumpkin Eater.
We will contact you at the end of the stream to get that sent to you.
The story continues. You guys have done some research. You've moved around, you've talked to different individuals, and you have heard that far into the eastern slums, there is a place called the Sledge, where people go to fight. You sort of reconvene after spreading out and talking to different people, moving in different groups, and you move your way outside of the downtown district. The downtown district has been immaculate, clean, beautiful. There is a strong presence of guild guards here, constantly moving around, looking at different people. There are gentlemen in top hats, women in beautiful, beautiful dresses. But as you move outside of the downtown district, which it takes you about 4 hours to move through the city into the eastern slums, you can see that the city shifts away from the tightly packed buildings of the downtown and into a series of apartment complexes. But it's difficult to tell who is living where. These big, massive brick buildings, many of the windows are sort of boarded up. There are rats everywhere skittering along. Like sometimes as you're walking, they like just skitter between your feet and continue going along. Many of the people are wearing like dirty overalls, sweat-stained shirts. They look ragged. A lot of the lights are burnt out. Like some of the street lamps are sort of knocked over and broken. But you continue making your way deeper in towards this area, this establishment known as the Sledge.
Do so.
I think this might be the place, boys.
What does the sledge look like?
Yeah. How many people are around?
You eventually make your way through the slums, and there you see it. There is a makeshift barrier sort of rising up behind it, towering like 40 feet tall, that seems to be made of, tin sheets and wood. The Sledge itself is a building that is blocked off by barrels, crates, stacked about 15 feet tall, this like makeshift wall, and there are people walking along it, which from this distance you can't make out what they look like, but there is one specific thing you can make out. They all have rifles strapped to their back as they are patrolling it.
I push lead the pack a little bit and stride up to wherever I imagine there is an entry point to this building, or to at any point the people standing on the barricades look down at me to hail me.
You take a few steps closer, or not a few steps, but like you continue to move up, and when you see the wall, you get a better look at the people. They are sort of wearing like a leather stitched mask with goggles, all indiscernible, sort of patrolling along, and they look like this. Oh no. Oh, there we go. There you go.
Okay. The sledge. Okay.
I don't see anything yet.
You
I'll
approach
believe
the
you.
barrier. Can you see it now, Deanna?
I have a good imagination. I'm good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You approach the barrier, and like when you get close, they look down on you. They peer from behind those goggled lenses, and one of them says, "Halt!" And he sort of unslings the rifle and holds it next to him. What is it you want?
Looking for a fight. Looking to compete.
We do not
Name's-
know you.
Name's Ellie Wylie. I was about to introduce myself if you let me keep talking. You're going to remember me soon? Can I join? These, one's a doctor. One is my announcer, you know, somebody who, I don't know what do you call that? Tobias, what do you call that?
I'm your announcer's a pretty good word for it. I'm your mouthpiece. I'm the one who's gonna record your legacy.
Yeah, okay. And then Teresa here is my
Local.
coach.
I'm local.
Loco. Yeah.
Local,
Yeah, that's what
Ellie.
I said. That's what I said.
No.
Anyway, no time making fun of the fact that I can't pronounce that word. I'm being held at gunpoint for a minute. So, we get in?
Do I know these masks, these men?
No, this is the first time you've seen these guys, all in their like weird gas mask, leather mask. In response to you, Ellie, he says, "Weapons in the bin if you want to come in." And he like sort of points down, and like you can see in this makeshift wall, like slightly protruding, is a dumpster that is the top of it is opened.
Do we get him back?
But of course,
Okay. You all comfortable with this?
I'm comfortable with it. We're gonna come in and leave with a bunch of money. I'm very comfortable with it.
Do I get to bring in my medical supplies?
do you say that to them or to your party?
To them.
The doctor is always acceptable.
Teresa?
Then I don't put anything in there.
I don't have any weapons. Can I keep my coat on?
Presumably. I take my gun, put it in the bin.
Dun-dun-dun. It clanks inside.
You want me to put these in there too? One I can unattach, so I could put it in there technically.
That is not required. You may enter. And you can hear sort of like chain on chain as this grunting, screeching as the walls are pulled apart. It didn't even look like walls, just like trash that's stapled together is ripped back, opening up into the sledge. You are led into a big dome made up of riveted metal and steel, sadly just sort of stapled together. Once you get inside, you can see that there are all sorts of people sort of moving around, interacting with each other. But in the center of the room, there is a single cage that sits. The crowd here is a mixture of masked individuals, identical to the people that you interacted with on the wall, and then working folks with flat caps, ripped slacks, overalls, just sort of moving around, talking with one another. And in the far corner of the room, you can see that there is a line that is waiting to approach someone sitting at the front of a table.
All right, that looks like where we're supposed to go. Let's go sign you up, Ellie.
Yeah. Does it look like everyone in that line is there prepared to fight?
I would like a notice check from everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I confidently just continue walking along as I look around to see what I see here. So I got a 13 as I'm just sort of staring around, looking at the crowd, taking in everything I can.
I need to know everyone who rolls above a 7.
Well, I got a 7. Plus 4.
Got
That's 11, I think.
10. Or no, I have a 10. You're right.
The cards aren't drawing.
Are we like, so as we're walking along, I'm just sort of leading the pack. Tobias, are you right behind me?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you, Teresa, Nemo?
It depends on the state of the room. If there is some place where I can disappear into a crowd, then I'm there. But if it really is just one line, then I'm with you guys with mine.
Like,
I got a
this
14.
is a crowd with a line. Like, you can easily slip into it. And
Yeah, I absolutely disappear into a crowd then. I tug a little bit on Ellie's jacket, and then I disappear. So we got a 14, 10, 11, and 13, it sounds like.
I mean, Jesus, everyone
Where
killed
was this before?
Well, I think we're all significantly better at noticing than we are at talking to people, just in general.
You guys all sort of line up. You get into the line as everyone is going about their business, but as you're waiting, you begin to hear overlapping conversations amongst the crowd. You hear a group of individuals saying, like, all right, how much have we pulled together? I mean, 125 between the 4 of us? All right, and you're sure Danny can pull it off? I gotta win this. Abigail has a birthday this week, and I can't look her in the eye if I come home empty-handed again. Yeah, I know. Well, I've got a sick mother. Unless we want to spend the winter with the corpses in the quarantine zone, I need this. And as this conversation is going along, and you guys are like sitting in the line, like eager to like fight and get your winnings, very confident with Ellie, you hear that and you get to the front of the line. There you see a man that looks like this.
Nice.
Gross. The Duke of Dirt.
Okay.
When you approach,
What is he? I don't know. Did he show up on? Can everybody see that when you reveal that?
on
Just to check.
it should be on Twisted, yeah. There's a portly man sitting in front of the table with a few of sort of like the masked individuals behind him, guns ready. He has a pencil thin mustache, a bowler hat, and he is just sickly puffing on a cigar as a cloud of smoke forms around his head. But the most unsettling thing about this individual is that his like long gray trench coat is made up of hundreds of dead rats that have been sewn together.
That's disgusting.
Why?
Sweet.
You get up to the front and he says, "Well, hello." The Duke of Dirt greets you. Have you come to make a wager?
I'm here to compete.
Compete you is, you says. And he sort of glances at your pneumatic arm. Well, if... And he just like spits a little bit on the table in front of him. If we're gonna make it fair, we're gonna have to give him a bit of a lead pipe. You know, a pickaxe of sorts, because that... And he points to your arm. That ain't fair, no, is it?
Want me to fight with it behind my back? I'll do that too.
No, we'll just, give him a little something to rise it up. How much you willing to bet?
$5?
He begins to laugh, and that laugh turns into just like more hucking of phlegm. As he's like, ah! And he puts the cigar out and lights up another one and begins to like suck on it. 5. Most of the time, the max pot's maybe 2. But the fear crops fluffing it up, they do. I'll let you bet 4 at tops.
Oh, good. I didn't really know what the betting number was. So, how about 2?
2's fine it is. You don't look like a miner yourself. Most miners don't get the luxury of an arm. They get sent back to their houses to die.
I can promise you this is not a luxury that I have this arm.
Fight'll happen in about 30 minutes. We'll see if you win. And he
Thanks.
takes your money.
I sit back and watch some fights.
I want to make a bet.
How much are you betting?
I want to approach this guy and say, I'm so confident that Ellie is going to win this fight that I'm about to bet 4 scrip on her.
We're already halfway to a max bet with 2. I'll take 2 from you as well. The fear crops only fluff the pot up so much.
Do I know what a fear crop is?
You've never heard of it.
Okay.
I imagine I've heard of it, though. I know who these people are, right?
Give me it's going to be pretty high, but a literacy check.
All right, let me give you a literacy check. Oof, come on, cards. Work with me here.
I'll say it's a 9.
A 9? All right. So, having read a few books and newspapers, let me... Okay. I got 9. I got a 9.
So on the dot, you know that the fear crops the fear crops are organized and ran by a man of the name of Von Schill. They were made outlaws, criminals of the state by the guild, but rather than abandon the city, they disappeared farther into the quarantine zone. And now they are mercenaries who are focused on helping the people of the city. They refuse to work for the guild, recognize how often the people of the city are suffering, and take jobs for very, very cheap. And remembering that, like, you can kind of recognize that, like, all the people in the masks are members of the Fear Crops.
Okay. They sound like my kind of people.
Yeah.
I don't like these guys. Okay. I guess I'll bet 2 since they're a bunch of don't like high stakes gambling. I'll pass them 2 script and take my ticket.
So, you pass him to script. All right. You put it on the bet. I assume you are betting on Ellie?
Yes. On
Okay.
Ellie's victory.
It takes a bit. It takes probably about like 25 minutes where you guys are like sitting around. Like there's a one-time event. This isn't like a big fighting ring. It's like everyone comes together, there's a fight, and they leave. And so like this is the big event that they are leading up to. Ellie, what are you doing during this time?
I am watching the crowd. I'm listening to what you've described before as the sort of sounds of people in desperation betting on these things. And I want to try to get a sense of who they're going to bet against. Are they betting against me, or are they betting for the person I'm going to be fighting against? And then I'm just doing some general stretches and kind of looking at my arm and occasionally turning some screws on my pneumatic arm as well as I go.
Ellie, can I give you the checkup on the way, or in this downtime?
Sure, yeah, that's fine. It should
Just
be
a
okay.
couple questions and get some base readings.
So that's what we're doing. We're basically just doing an arm checkup, and I'm trying to get a sense
Yeah.
of what the crowd is interested in.
Can I get you like a target number 7 notice check, Ellie?
Sure, yeah. Any questions you have for me, Doc, before I get in there? Anybody bet against me, by the way? Any of you? Just fail safe, make a little bit of money?
Give me target number 7 with advantage, by the way. But yeah, anyone want to respond to Ellie?
Well, we can do the quick one now and go into a little bit more depth later. Do you have any allergies?
Yeah, I do.
Do you mind sharing them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm allergic to pollen. You know, get really congested.
Right.
I don't do well with some foods, particularly bread, like really, really like bready things. That spaghetti the other night didn't really sit that well with me. So
Can I ask a question?
yeah, I got a 11, by the way, on my notice check.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Have you lived your whole life on the, outside?
Yeah, I lived my whole life outside. What about it?
Something to think about, and I'm not trying to say one way or another, but do you need it? I don't know. I shouldn't have said anything. Never mind.
Anyway,
Do you have
doctor.
any important medical history I should know about?
And it's been a long time since I've had a doctor talk to me. Yeah, I have a chronic pain in the shoulder. That's important. And that's about it, maybe. I have really good vision, 20/20.
How'd you lose the arm? Was it hereditary or trauma?
That is a question for another day. That's too far for now.
All right. Well, I guess since we're doing this quick this time, do you have any last funeral rites or other religious information that I should know and taking care of you?
We fighting to the death here? Otherwise, yeah, if I go down, everything I have, all of my money, send it in care of Brilliant Ironworks back across the breach. And if you don't, I have friends, and they will find out. So just be aware of that.
Aye, we can do that. I don't think the fight is to the death, but you never know what could happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you get knocked out and your head hits something wrong.
Ellie, Wylie, you have your conversation with your friends, and as you're having it, your ears sort of perk up because the words you are hearing, they're not just the words of individuals who can't pay for their child's Christmas present. They are saying numbers, union numbers. You can see now that they're talking about, like, you know, I'm with, you know, the USMC division, you know, 352 and everything. These are all workers who are here, and they are heavily betting on Danny because they don't have the money to buy a birthday present for their child, to take care of their sick mother. These are people who are obviously working in Malifaux, struggling, and this is their livelihood. And
Go ahead,
Danny is the champion. Danny is the person who has like been just like knocking people out, killing it, and like with that big notice, like you're kind of just curious about the fact that none of these masked individuals are finding these fear crops, but they don't. And you are sort of led into the cage to like get into your warm up, right? Like, you know, take off what clothes you want, you know, crack your knuckles, drink some water, and getting ready for the fight.
Yeah, so I strip down, taking off my jacket, take off the vest, kind of pull up the shirts as well. You can, more pronounced than ever before. Folks can see like these large burn marks that are all kind of etching. Doc, in particular, you notice that etch the rim of where my pneumatic arm is and sort of stretch across parts of my chest as well, and up onto like the very edge of my neck here, as I'm just sort of stretching and prepping for this fight.
May I convince? I want to kind of move around in the audience, kind of convince like people to, hey, pay attention to this fight. This is, you know, going to be good. You should remember this name, that sort of thing.
You begin to move around the audience, and all of a sudden, like as you're moving around, like doing what you do, you hear voices say, "Tobias, is that you? What the devil are you doing here?"
I look around.
And you turn around and you see a man you recognize. He has sort of like slick backed black hair, a tweed jacket. He is Simon Duffy.
Simon Duffy, okay. That's new.
You're familiar with Simon Duffy. He's not a reporter, but he is a newscaster. And he's the voice of one of the Tattler's radio segments called Honesty in a Dishonest World.
Okay. Simon Duffy, funny meeting you here. You here to watch the fights too?
Well. I mean, you know, can you keep a secret?
secrecy, you know, I'm a reporter, but secrecy is what I do.
Off the record.
Off
you know
the
what I'm saying.
record. We know how it goes.
Yeah. Between you and me, I mean, you know, the Tadler hasn't been paying like it used to. But I've been coming down here narrating the fights. You know, they've been telling me if I had, we want to make it legit. We really do. We want to make it legit. Give them a legit experience of a legit fight. If I had a fellow newscaster, I'd split it 50-50. I mean, I'm getting 6 script right now. I'd be willing to give you 3 because, you know, you come back here, you do this thing and whatever, we might double up. How do you feel about that, Tobias?
That sounds pretty nice. I'll 3 for 3 script. I'll make the money back if I lose, but I won't lose because Ellie here is going to be the next champ.
Well, I mean, losing is nothing to do with us, right? We're announcers. We got to give him the pizzazz, the old glitz, the old glamour. We do.
The razzle dazzle. I got
that's what I'm talking about. This guy. I knew I liked you. Well, you know, come on down here. You know, sit down with me next to the microphone, and we'll share it back and forth.
All right, let's do this.
All right.
With all the heavy-duty noticing we did earlier, it looks like a lot of people here are part of the same group, right? Are these union workers, and the majority of them are betting on Danny, right?
So there are 2 groups. There are, like you said, the union workers who are just, for the most part, betting heavily on Danny. And like most of the bets are like a nickel, a dime. Like it's just this pool of what they can afford to try to get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are the fear crops who are kind of like they're along the cage, they're along the outside. But what is very strange is that none of them bet.
Yeah.
All of them are just watching intently. They have nothing in the pot. You know, they guard the Duke of Dirt, but
I have a
they don't
question.
bet. Yeah?
Do I have any idea what the target number would be to pickpocket the Duke of Dirt?
Crazy high.
What? A number.
Like 18.
Let me see if I can do it.
About to get us kicked out of here.
No, I can't. I was like, if there was a way that I could cheat it, I would do it, but I can't quite get that
Like, that's
high.
where all the attention is right now. The fair crops watch him like a
Yeah.
hawk.
As Ellie, as that like burned skin and stuff comes exposed and things, Doc speaks up to you and just, the trauma skin around your chest and shoulder area, that's an important thing to tell me. Next time, don't leave as much out. And you are now under the condition of under my care.
What does that do?
What does that do?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried now. Jesus.
If you take even 1 point of damage, you are immediately unconscious, and he carts you
Thanks,
away
Doc.
in a stretcher.
I mean, yeah, you would have noticed that as you were answering, or like once you were done answering the questions and stuff, Doc pulls out like a notebook and starts writing it all down, like essentially like a doctor's chart on you. And so everything you said is now charted.
I enter into the ring. I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Shit's about to get wild. Gotta put my fight music. You enter to the ring, and immediately, like, Tobias, you are sitting next to a table that has like the long cord that dips into the speaker, and your Simon Duffy, we'll say, stands up, grabs it, and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have an amazing fight today. Right here, we have Danny, the scourge of the Union." And immediately, you see sort of this African American woman who is carrying a pickaxe, walking in, just like doing the thump as she's slamming the handle of it into her hand, and he says, Danny here has been suffering from the current guild administrations about removing them from certain factories, but don't you worry, she's here to fight for her people as a forewoman of the USMC. And over here we have the other contender, and he points to you, Tobias.
The other contender, we have Miss Ellie Melville, freshly off the train, freshly off the Iron Ram, ready to make a name for herself here in the wonderful city of Malifaux.
Yep. It's me.
Can we get a cheer for her, folks? Yay!
Hey, Ellie, for no reason at all, where do you keep your money?
In a pocket.
In your jacket that you took off?
In my pants pocket.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
All right.
Danny walks in. She's sort of wearing her miner's hat that's still glistening, has the pickaxe sort of slung over her shoulder, and she says, don't you worry. You're going to go home, and I'm going to make sure each of you have a turkey tonight. This sorry sack of shit isn't going to stand between us. I'm your forewoman, and you're my worker. For the Union!
As she calls out that, I raise a fist up to her and go, for the Union.
Yep.
I step forward and hold my hand out to shake hers.
She looks at you suspiciously, but she'll step forward, sort of give you that, wrist to wrist clasp shake, and she says, you look familiar.
I don't get that a lot. Who do I look like?
Her eyes narrow. I don't know.
Well, whichever one of us winds up on the ground here in a little bit, it'll be a pleasure meeting you. Danny?
This is Danny, by the way.
Okay.
Nice. That's
All
my
right.
wife now.
I step back, get myself ready. Is Danny wielding something?
She's wielding a straight up pickaxe.
As I step back, I point to the pickaxe and say, preferably not the face too much, please. With the pickaxe.
She
badass.
sort of flips it around and cackles and says, don't you worry. I'm only going to use the blunt end.
Cool. Me too. And I just fisticuffs.
Yeah. You have a sense that, like, this is not a fight to the death. This is just, like, knock each other out. I do need a initiative check from you, Jake.
All right. So, how does this fight start? Like, is there a bell?
There's no bell. Like, they're just sort of talking, and then, like, you can see out in the distance, like, a bit of the crowd, they all raise up pistols and just fire into the air.
They were allowed to bring their guns in?
They know them,
Hmm.
but they don't know
They're-
you.
Wait, they're firing them into the ceiling?
Yep.
That's so dangerous!
They don't know you.
Welcome to the sledge. All right.
That's
killed by
freaking
falling
Malifaux,
shrapnel.
man. They don't know you.
So I got an 11.
They are a 5, so you 100% do it.
Okay.
The battle starts. You walk up. You can see that there's this hard hat wearing, like, brilliant light shining out from the front of her hat. She's excited. She's just sort of like slamming the pickaxe, and you charge with incredible speed towards her. Catch her completely unexpected. What do you do?
Is that one of my 2 action points for a round, or to have to get to her, or do I still have 2?
I'm gonna say, because we don't have a map at this point in time, you are... Yeah, you have to run, right? Like, that's one of the action points, unless you don't want to run up to her.
Maybe you can charge at her.
Alright, take 2 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to charge her and take 2 attacks if I can.
Do it.
All right. As I run up, I begin to close the gap, kind of bobbing and weaving, preparing myself to fight against the pickaxe, which is going to kind of suck. I come in first with a right hook, just quickly trying to go for an uppercut. I get a 10 with my pugilism as I swing up against her.
Defense is 9.
Okay, so that's a successful hit. So now I flip again, and this is to see how much damage I do, whether it's and I roll with disadvantage because I'm in the first piece here, the first like tier. So I got a 2, so I do low damage. So I just do 1 damage is with a quick uppercut into Danny.
Your rock hard mechanical hand comes up and just like cracks her in the jaw. Her head lifts up and like spit flies out.
Then I turn, swing again with my second attack. Okay, and then swing again, using this time my pneumatic arm, just punching up against the side of her head for a 14 to hit her, which would break I believe it breaks into the second tier. So now I roll with just a normal flip rather than disadvantage to see how much damage I can do. Okay, and I got a 12, so that's what is it? Is it
severe damage?
Severe damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third tier.
So I do 4 damage as I clock her in the side of the head. So a total of 5 damage.
So immediately, you come in and you can hear in the background, "Oh, look, the newcomer comes in and gives her a strong uppercut," and there's just like this whoom as sweat flies back. Her head lifts up, and then she comes back around angry, grips the pickaxe, raises it over her head, and "Oh, what is this? The newcomer, unexpected champion, hits with the force of a train!" And when you strike, her eyes just blur, spit flies out, a few teeth. She swirls around and just like takes a few steps back and stumbles against the cage and looks like she is 100% on her last leg. When she gets up to her feet, she's like putting her fingers into the fence, like using it for an anchor, just bringing herself back up. Tobias, you didn't tell me that this person was such a killer, such a murderer, such a stone cold, unfeelable person. How do you feel about this, Tobias?
I feel like she brought the dynamite into the ring, and it is going off right now. This is the champ. I told everyone here. Listen to your pal Tobias when he says when he's bringing the fire.
I have to say I've been wrong very few times in my life, but this is a stone cold killer, a person with no mercy, no compassion, who only cares about winning, and she is going to destroy Danny, bring her to her knees, and turn her head into a caved melon. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see this.
Okay.
Tobias, or sorry,
Yeah.
Doc Murphy, give me a notice check.
As you're doing this, I mean, Ellie is just slowly backing up, readying, and slowly moving around, watching Danny recovering in this fight.
I want to stress, you do hear all of this because this is over the speakers. Okay, just making sure.
That'd be a 2.
Oh, jeez. Can I do a notice check?
Yeah, because I had something for you too.
Okay. I know that Ellie keeps her money in her pants, right?
It's not that. Just give me
Okay.
a notice check.
Okay.
We're obsessed with
Honestly.
my money right now. It's freaking me out a little bit.
The
No
only thing the
worries.
crowd is noticing is the beating Danny's taking right now.
Does it look like I really hurt Dan? Like not hurt in terms of almost knocked unconscious, but have I wounded Dandy at all?
You punched her with a metal arm into her head.
Yeah,
Knock her teeth out, dude.
like broken jaw. I'm trying to get a sense of did I actually seriously wound this?
So, being like a fighting tournament, there is no risk of death.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say oh, you broke her neck.
You
she's
killed
about to
her!
die.
You're not gonna $1 million baby me on this.
Let me put it this way: you rocked her world. She came up, was saying she's a foreman, she's here to fight for her workers, and she is just having a hard time standing up at this point.
I got a 15.
You look around. You're sort of watching the fight, and you have this unnatural sense of danger because of how you grew up and what you've been through. And for a moment, you feel like someone is watching you.
Is the man in the top hat there?
No. You turn around, and there, lying on the floor in front of you, is a flyer.
I'll pick it up.
It says, necessities and desires. Come. Purchase what your heart really desires.
Right.
That's it. It's like this weird sensation that crawls over you like spiders around your shoulders. You feel unsettled, but you look down and just a pamphlet.
With that notice check, do I notice the free core or the free crops? What are they called? Fire corps? What are they called?
Free crops.
Free crops. Do they have any reaction to how the fight's going?
So some of them have started to politely push their way through the group and watch through the cage. They're front seat now, and they're not emotional about it. They're not super interested. They're just arms folded, watching from behind the glass lens.
Thank you.
Dr. Murphy,
Yes.
can I get you to make a notice check?
Just did.
Another
He got
one?
a 2.
He just did. He got a 2.
I want one more.
He gets 2?
Congratulations, Doc.
Keep drawing until you get above a 2, Doc.
They're for different
Get rid of-
things.
Okay.
Keep using
So
really
the
bad
first one
cards,
is
though,
for what you were dealing with, Deanna, but the second one is for something else.
This one's better. This one's a 12.
That's really good. You are watching the fight, and being trained in what you do, you hear the wheezing of lungs. There's this moment where you're looking around, just acknowledging the existence of like the common folk and like what they're going through, but being a doctor, and a very, very good doctor based on your skills and what you do, you hear the cough. You see a few people that, like, when they cough, they are spitting out blood. You see some people who like are having trouble standing up and lean on the wall. But despite how unhealthy they are, they continue to sort of metaphorically crawl back to the cage and watch this, just sort of wiping off the blood, like, "Get him, Danny! Get him! Don't let us down!" Right? Like there's this moment where you recognize the sickness in everyone. Meanwhile, I am going to need 2 flips for Danny.
Yeah, Jake, do you want to do that?
Yeah. So
You
she's
wanna fight
attacking.
yourself?
What's happening here?
They are a target number 5.
Yeah, so I think Jake
Yeah,
is doing defense flips against a target number 5, right?
Yeah. So
So-
is Danny attacking me? What's happening here?
So she sort of, stumbles, grabs the side of the cage, throws the pickaxe over her, and goes up to you like it's a baseball bat. It just tries to dig into you.
Okay. So as she swings in,
Sorry, it's target number 10 you have to beat, but yeah.
for my defenses.
Yeah.
So for both of them, I beat them. One with a 10, one with an 11.
Easy. So like she comes in, like there's this moment where she looks to the side at like all the people watching her. There's just like blood pouring out, not pouring, but like you can see like the teeth are bloody because like she coughed a few times. Raises the pickaxe over. First swing comes in. You easily raise up your hand, catch it, throw it to the side. Second swing comes in. Again, catch it, throw it to the side. It is pathetic, her attack.
As she is doing this, I kind of just call over to her as quietly as I can to prevent like most of the onlookers, hopefully, who are shouting and cheering to not hear, and say, "Who gets all the money if you lose?"
She is wheezing, just like after the swings, the pickaxe comes down and she's like using it as a cane and says, "My workforce."
If you lose, who gets the money? I know you're delirious, but who gets the money when you lose?
The fear crops don't take the money. They double the pot if I win.
Cool. And then I'm gonna go in and attack her.
All right, go to hit.
She has not answered the question I've asked, so I'm going in.
Well, she gave
You're
2
also in a
answers
fight.
that did not answer at
Yeah.
all.
All right. So my first attack is I swing in at her. I come in, and again, it's just like, seeing how tired she is, I'm going first for her leg, just to sort of hit her in the knee if I can.
Okay.
And I get a 6, and so I just go in and I just punch at her knee. Does that hit her?
Defense is 9.
Okay, cool. So then I swing again, and I get the red joker.
Holy crap.
Okay.
All right.
That's a
And-
crit, isn't it?
Yep.
And I'm going to cheat the
20.
red joker. I'm going to cheat the red joker for a 2 of tomes, and intentionally, very intentionally, with the pneumatic arm, swing past her face and just stare at her the entire time as I intentionally overswing in front of her. And as I get down in front of her face, I say, "Who gets the money if you lose?" And then I look her dead in the eye and say, "Last chance."
She looks down, pride shattered. Like, the eye is black and swollen, and says, You.
All right, that was my turn.
I mean, she gonna try to break away and attack you.
Mm-hmm.
No attacks of opportunity, no grapple. All right, she's just gonna attack you twice.
2 defense flips again.
So she swings. What does it look like? Is she, like, how's that look?
You like have her by the shirt, by the throat, right? And it's just like, I don't think she's being aggressive. I think there's a moment when you guys make eye contact where it comes to desperation, and she is just trying to stop you and destroy you and hoping that you have mercy. But before that happens, Tobias, oh my god, this newcomer is amazing. What is she doing? She has her by the throat. She could finish her right now. Tobias, right now, what is going on?
It looks like she's toying with her. That wild swing was planned and purposeful. Ellie knows what's happening. Ellie wants to savor this victory as long as she can.
Finish her off. This is a blood sport. Death, 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 death. And like you can like see like he stands up, and as he starts to cheer this, the entire crowd starts to cheer this. I'm going to flip. She's a AV10, so
I just deflect both of them yet again. I slap down the pickaxe once, and then I sort of push her back, and then I slap down the pickaxe again.
2 attacks come at you, easily deflected. You are a lion with a rabbit in your mouth at this point.
All right,
She
I'd like
is
to attack
trying
twice,
to drop
please.
you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Defense is 9.
How's the crowd feeling?
They are loving this. There's nothing
They're
more.
loving it?
There's
They're
nothing
all here losing.
well,
Half of
there's
them.
there's this mixture. There's this mixture, right? There's this mixture of people who realize that they are about to. God damn, you're right. Yeah,
They're all about
they're
to lose
somber.
all the money
They're
they
silent.
scraped them.
Yeah, they're silent. There is no cheer. There is
Well,
no
the-
crowd.
So I swing once, and I just miss. Like, it wasn't a good swing. However, then the second one I do break the defense of Danny, and I get a 5. So that is weak damage, so I deal 1 point of damage to her.
She's down.
So as I miss once, I just clock her in the face with my pneumatic arm and watch her eyes roll in the back of her head. Catch her before she crumbles to the ground, though I let the pickaxe fall, and gently set her down. And raise my arms up.
There is silence. No one cheers. No one claps. They just sort of go over to the corner, pick up their bags, sling them over their shoulders. There's this grumbling about, like, the money that was lost. And they leave.
They take Danny with them, right?
As they start to stream out of the arena, I want to shout to make myself as heard as possible.
Yeah.
And say, let it be known that you bet on the wrong person this time. When I'm back here, you always bet on Ellie. I will always win, and I will fight for you. If you need your money, come to me. I'll talk to you. And let my voice ring out.
You hear, like, the mumbling of, that's Malifaux. You always bet on the wrong person when you're in Malifaux. And they are just heartbroken.
Can I make a leadership check to try to convince them otherwise?
Yeah, sure. I like that.
As Ellie's yelling this, Nemo, can you do a favor for me? Or Teresa, can you do a favor for me?
I'm sorry, you'll find my real name soon. What is it?
I am going to hand you 10 script. And
I just hold my hand out like, what the heck?
And just say, can you see how much it would be to cover all the workers, all their bets, so they got their money back? If 10 will do it, or anywhere in there, give them the money. And then as that happens, I'm going to try and get into the gate on the pit and try to get to Danny to heal her. Or to, like, start patching her up.
I mean, at this point in time, like, if you're slipping through and saying you're a doctor, no one is going to stop you. Like, there are several people sort of gathered around her, but you can definitely make a check to, like, shine in this moment, because you're a very good doctor, and yeah, go ahead, flip.
As you're flipping, meanwhile, I'm out of the cage, and as people are walking away, and I can hear the mumblings of, we always bet on the wrong people in Malifaux. With an eight leadership, I'm just calling out. If you want your money back, you can talk to me. But remember, next time, you have to bet on me.
8, do it.
Most of the people leave, but, like, you do have a couple who are standing by. They have no understanding of the depth of what you are saying and are just like, so can I get my money back?
You gonna bet on me next time?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, betting's what we have to live by, and apparently we betted wrong, and you're the champion. Yes.
That's right. What is my name?
Ellie?
Ellie.
Ellie.
Don't forget
Ellie.
it.
Yes, Ellie.
While she's talking to that gentleman, I'm going to, because I was listening in on the conversations earlier and spending a lot of time weaving through the crowd and just listening in, I wanted to try to scurry around into the crowd outside and find somebody who seemed like kind of a leaderly personality. Maybe not somebody in charge, but somebody who was doing a lot of the talking. Okay, we got us all pooled up. I want to try to find that person and run up to them. Say, you dropped something. Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you and your friends were just in there, and some things fell out of your pockets. I'm gonna put the 10 gold there. Sorry, I don't know how to give it back to you all individually, but if you divide it amongst yourselves...
Oh, this definitely isn't... This is a small fortune.
What, do you think I wouldn't keep it for myself if it was mine? Must be yours, right?
I can surely say no one in here dropped this. No.
Well, I'm not keeping it, so you might as well then, huh?
Yes. Bless you, child.
No need for that. Have a good night.
Yes.
Yeah, right. I'll go back inside and I'm gonna go join Doc Murphy.
So I got a 3 of masks, but I'm actually gonna cheat it with an 11 of masks, which is also a trigger, with 3 margins of success.
Okay.
So it will end up healing her for 5 points of healing. And I'm gonna, like, as I'm patching her up, like, bring her to, like, bring some sense up under her nose, bring her to, start, like, wiping the wounds and patching those. And then I'm going to pull out, like, a small bag of pills and then hand her those and just say, take 2 of these in the morning and you'll feel good as new.
You immediately come in and, like, there are a group of people who are, talking to each other and trying to, like, raise stuff, but, like, you push them aside, come in, you're administrating, like, medical advice, giving her water, slapping her gently on the side of the cheek, right, like, raising her up, her arm around your shoulder, setting her down, like, bringing out ice, bringing out, like, salt and, like, food and everything, and they're just standing back watching you as you own this situation. And slightly dazed, Danny's looking at you, just nodding. With that said, you guys have kind of finished up the fight. You win, I believe we had a total of 6, so you have 6 more on top of that.
Not 150?
No, the max bet was like 4.
Yeah, there was some group chat about whether they had scraped together 1.50 script or 150 script.
So now I want to understand something. So I bet 2.
Yep.
And Tobias bet 4.
He lowered it down to 2.
Oh, just to 2.
I wish I bet 4.
So then, what did everybody, like, how does all the money get divvied out, I guess?
You got 2, Tobias got 2.
Yeah, so we leave with 4, essentially.
Your bet got matched.
Yeah.
You put 2, you got 4 back.
Oh,
the amount you put in is the same as a whole room full of people.
Who got all the other money?
I don't think there is any other money.
They lost it.
Yeah, but to who?
The house. The freight court keeps it.
The house keeps it and divvies it back out.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sounds good.
We'll discuss the mechanics later. Because I don't know if that makes any sense.
When betting, they just double your cash. That's it. They double your cash.
Oh, okay. We don't get the whole pool.
No.
Okay.
But they're low on how much you can bet because most of this pot is based off of workers, miners, like common folk. 2 is two script is a fortune for people right now.
Yeah. Okay. As we gather up, I turn to the Duke of Dirt. I'll be here again.
Well, I don't know if the field crops will let you back in, but they definitely took an interest in you.
Fine. Well, if you want a good game, if you want a good fight, bring me back. Talk to the fear crops.
Pleasure.
May I step in and kind of be like, hey, this was the best show this place has ever seen. This is the this is the up and coming champ. You want this person in here. You want people coming. You want people betting.
Give me a charm. Give me a charm or bewitch.
Charm or
This is the
Can
best
we
show you've
convince?
ever seen.
how about convince?
Convince. Equally good.
All right, I can do convince.
Can we switch out of fight music? I'm so stressed out.
Yeah, it's good.
As you're doing that, I want to join up with Doc, and I want to join up with Teresa, aka Nemo. And I just am coming up. I have picked up my coat, but I'm just sort of like airboxing. I'm like, you see that? That was such a good fight. Oh, I mean, it wasn't. She was not that good of a fighter, but it was. Oh, it's good to be back in the ring. Yes.
Just convince this man with a 17.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
You start to talk to him, and he's like thinking a little bit, and he's like stroking his rat coat and just like nodding to himself, and like you can see his eyes are lighting up with the thought of like money and finances, and a leather-bound hand rests on his shoulder, and he looks up, and you can see one of the fear crops looking at him, and he immediately steps away. And the fear crops takes his place and says, "What is it you want?"
We want the opportunity to fight. We want to put on a good show for the people. We want to keep doing the good work. You don't want a show in your fine establishment?
He looks at you. He looks at Ellie and says, "Since we have nothing more to discuss, you will find your coin. Return when you are ready." And gets up and walks away.
Tip my hat, and I assume we can come back whenever we want. Tell everyone the good news. They say we can come back.
Yes.
How you feeling, champ?
So good. Did you see that? Did you see? I mean, again, it wasn't the best fight, but man, to be back in there, just 1, 2, 3, it was just over, and I loved it.
Oh yeah, you're feeling it. And you're gonna bring the heat next time to anyone who's still around. Next time, we'll be back. We'll be even better.
In a serious note, though, they're all union members, so do me a favor. If we see Danny or we can make a connection, I do want to make sure some of these people can get their money back.
Danny is being tended to in front of you right now. She's unconscious at your feet.
Oh, hey, Dan. No,
Tobias
Danny.
is like, Tobias is shouting, like being your hype man, and there's just like heads hung low the entire time.
Yeah,
If you came over and joined me and Doc was still tending to Danny.
Yeah,
unless
I'm
she's
imagining
left.
that as we're all walking out is where this
Okay.
conversation's taking place.
Okay.
That's what I.
Yeah, not over Danny's unconscious body.
Like, whoa, you suck!
Yeah, that's mean. You know, that's really mean. I have a
She
little
wasn't
bit
a
of,
very
like,
good
grace.
fighter, no offense, but...
Teresa, did that cover it?
Yeah. Yeah, they had managed to do quite a lot.
Wonderful.
Yeah. But let's make sure they get their money back. This is a win. This is an establishment here. I want to get here. I want to set a foundation, make a name. That's my goal here. Not to win a bunch of money right now.
We took care of it.
Thank you.
Nemo gave them their money back. Or Teresa gave them their money back.
I'm so sorry. I know the name is right there on the screen, but you don't know it yet.
I know. I know.
Well,
They're going to be... Well... It didn't... Yeah, they'll be okay for today, I think.
how was that for your news story, Tobias?
I think I got some gold written down right now.
Nice.
I'll be reading
Again.
about it in tomorrow's papers.
I want to see a title, something similar to the next Ortega, the up-and-coming, right, champion. That's what I want to hear. I want to see this name kind of going a little bit.
Ellie Melville. We staying with that?
How about we say Miss Wylie instead?
Miss Wylie. Miss Ellie Wylie. That's got a nicer ring to it than Melville.
Yeah.
If you want to be one of the people, maybe we should find a room here. See if anyone's got a place to stay. Give a little bit of money back to them.
It's a good idea. Maybe we can pick up some more opportunities, some other leads.
You walk away for a moment with your rewards, and like when you turn around, there are no patrons. There is just the fear crops, and there's probably about like half a dozen of them, arms folded, and they say, "You are not welcome here."
We were just on our way out. Let's get out of boys.
Can I get my gun back?
They gesture sort of to the dumpster, and your equipment will be in there.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Where did Simon go? Where did Simon Duffy go? He's got some money for me.
He's chilling inside, having a good time.
Inside? Okay, so he's welcome here? I
Yeah.
guess. Okay. I'm gonna walk real fast. Before we leave, Freycore, I'm just gonna have a word with my friend real fast. And I walk up to him real fast. So, about that commentating. And about that pay for that commentating.
You did good, kid. You did real good. Usually I get about 10. I mean, I'd be willing to give you for that performance. Normally, if you were top of the tier, best of the buck, I'd give you 5. But, you know, when they come around here, the fear crops, they're always big about, you know, giving back to the people, giving back to the society. I've been doing a lot of research on them. It's not about the money. It's about finding people who are, you know, willing to help citizens of here. And, well, let me tell you right now, y'all come back, you're the villains. Y'all, right? Like, you're the establishment. You are the representation of shitting on the little guy who doesn't have enough to pay for his sick mother. And that's good press. So with that, I'm going to give you 5. Because that is the best press I could ever ask for. You go share that with your buddies. Here you go. And he gives you 5 script.
You're aware we just donated half our winnings back to these people, right? You gave them 10 script and everything?
Yeah.
We're still the villains over here? Alright.
He says, well, I mean, you know how the news goes, right? Like, hope is everything. You know, it's always about the David standing up to the Goliath. And you did a solid thing here. You definitely made a good Goliath.
Keep the money, give it to the freight corps, make sure it gets back to the people. And this is my good deed for the day, my charity work.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You're an interesting mock. I like you, Tobias.
Yeah, tell me about it. Until we meet again, Simon.
All right, you head back to your party. Do you tell me anything?
What's our next move, guys? I don't know if we're gonna be too welcome around this establishment too much longer. We're the bad guys here. Let me lay it out for you.
Not any inns in the area.
What's that?
Are there not any inns in the area?
Inns.
Would I know? Are there areas here where we could sleep, find a place to sleep, Mr. DM?
There are areas in the quarantine zone that are very unpleasant, but you don't know anything in the normal city.
So we need to go downtown to get a hotel, is what you're saying?
That would be your best option.
Maybe we can set up a little something more permanent, like a order a week thing for like low income people around this area in the slums.
Airbnb.
I got another lead. We need another step too, and I pull out the paper. Teresa got me this. I could go to the Cage of Grace. We could start hunting something bigger. It's a bounty. The Widow Weaver.
You seem to really like cage fighting.
Cage fighting's okay. Tavern fighting's better, personally, but
I mean, Tobias talked to the free crops. They like it sounds like you can come back a couple of times. You know, if you're looking to make money, it's sort of an easy way to pick up some money for you. And the Widow Weaver would be a harder way, but it could be more exciting.
I don't really care whether or not it's hard. I'm just here to make some money.
Okay. Whatever you want to do.
I mean, I want to celebrate. Let's get a drink. Let's get some food. Just want to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for celebrating. Let's go. Back to LeBlanc's or find a local joint?
Spaghetti?
Spaghetti.
Teresa?
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Doc?
I guess if that's the only option.
I mean, God told me that there are no restaurants in this part of town. There's nowhere to get food here, right?
In the slum, there are like very small bed and breakfasts you can get, but like most of the restaurants are in downtown. So when I showed you the map, downtown is very small, but that is all of civilization. Outside of downtown, everyone is suffering, and it is terrible.
Okay, so we go back downtown. Who has money? I guess Tobias and Ellie have money.
We got some money.
Tobias. Your treat, right?
I'll buy the
We're
champ
still
a
your
drink.
employers. Your employees.
Let's a round of drinks to celebrate.
You make your way back into the downtown. takes a while, because if you remember, I was like, it's like 4 hours to get into the slums and 4 hours back. So like at this point in time, when you get into the back town or the downtown, you are walking along the streets. The street lights are up, and as you are moving along your way through the town, you hear the sound of metal scraping on a pavement. And as you are moving along down this alleyway, a single individual in a Fear Crops uniform, holding a long sword, scraping it along the pavement, says, "Would you like to give that money back?"
Yes, we would.
They
Hey, this guy
cock
doesn't
their-
have glowing eyes, right?
no. It's just like kind
Okay.
of the goggles and everything. And like,
Okay.
I mean, at your response, Ellie, they cock their head to the side and say, "Oh, really? I mean, I thought I was going to kill you. Yes. Is this this is not going how I thought it was. So you're going to give the money? I don't attack you. That I might have to go back and talk about this. This is
No. Stay
who
there.
are you?
Don't move. And drop
Okay.
the weapon.
Oh no, I'm not going to drop my weapon, because I've seen how you fight in the ring, and you are very, very capable. So that would be advised. Why are you going to give me the money? Is this a trick? Should I kill you?
We
I
already
pull out
gave
my
the money
gun.
back.
I pull out my gun and aim it right at his head.
What'd you say, Wolf?
We already gave the money back.
All of the money?
As
And
much
as
as we
he's-
knew that it. I mean, as much as we knew that they.
We
They
gave
paid?
them 10 scrip.
Oh, this is very awkward.
Why do you believe us?
You are capable. That is something that we do. That is the point of all of this. It is finding potential people to join the Fear Crops.
So you're going to murder us or offer us a job opportunity depending on how we responded to give us all your money?
Well, you have to understand, these are terrible times.
Yes, I know.
You can.
Jeez.
I mean, you never know if someone is with the guild. But I mean, your generosity, that is very interesting. Why did you not take the money?
We did take the money and we gave other money to the people.
Why did you not take all of the money?
Because it was clear that people were in trouble. I happen to like the union.
But you are in Malifaux. I mean, when people are suffering, you capitalize on that, no?
Is that what you do?
I ask you the question.
And I have the gun.
You are good. You are. You think that bullet could stop me, and I mean, I implore your confidence. But let us focus on the question. Yes.
I think you misunderstand us. So much looking on stepping on others to get ahead. We're all looking here to, well, take an even day's work, earn our way, earn our passage. This just came about. We're new to Malifaux, and we heard this was a way to make your way. We didn't know that it was stepping on anybody.
No,
So-
it's not stepping on anything. It's complicated. Let me ask you this. How do all of you feel about the guild?
I'm gonna look around. Are we just
I'm looking-
alone out on the street? Are there guards?
You
near-
guys
We're
are
going
like-
towards downtown.
You're kind of cutting into an alleyway right now. There's no guards around you like you're in an alleyway.
Doc turns and looks directly at Tobias and does not take his eyes off of him until he
Yeah,
says,
I turn and look directly at Tobias and not take my eyes off him.
Hey, Tobias.
Willing to look, but I'm gonna step a little farther into this alley. I'm gonna say the guild can. No, the guild can suck my dick. Fucking hate the guild. The guild's ruining the city.
And I have no affiliation to the guild. I'm here for hard work. I'm here for money. That's what I want.
I mean, I look down at my press badge real fast. We do what we gotta do, dude. I'm working to make an honest living. I live in Malifaux. We all work for the guild, but I fucking hate it.
The masked figure says, I was moved by your generosity. This was something I did not expect. You are all of you strangers to Malifaux? No?
I'm a local. So is
a-
Tobias.
I'm a local. I work for the Tatler, Tenet University. This is my city now. I adopted it.
And the other two?
I nod towards
Wisconsin.
Ellie. We just made it off
Wisconsin,
the train.
USA.
Wisconsin, USA, and you? She says to Doc
Hey!
Murphy.
She's been a lady this whole time.
Originally, I'm from Ireland.
Have your friends told you the way the city works? That, well, as a member of the Fear Crops, let me tell you, do you have weapons? Do you know where to get weapons, illegal goods, things that can kill, murder? Do you want to sell yourself to the guild? Because if your answer is no, then perhaps we should talk. I see that you have the mechanical arms, yes?
Pneumatics, yes.
How many more weeks do you have? Do you have the sodas? Is the soulstone to keep your arms functional?
We have about a week. Last we checked.
Your friends may tell you the way to survive and not end up in the slums where the rats nibble on your toes when you are sleeping. You will need allies. You will need people who can help you find these things you need, like the rare sawdust. You are interesting. You cared about the people. Was this something that does not happen in Malifaux? We would be willing to give you a trial run, and if you were interested in communicating with the Fear Cross, perhaps we could help each other more. No?
Can we test it on what you're saying?
How would you like to test?
We're looking for a place this evening. Place to lay our heads, new to the city, and a place to eat. We'd much rather get to know the people rather than going back to the downtown, which is the only place that we've known.
We could find you a place. You must understand that we can give you connections, but we would ask that you no longer work for the guild.
We don't, currently.
You want me to quit my job?
No. We want you to keep your job and just give us information.
That can be arranged.
What happens if we do something for the guild?
Then we have no further business. You have to understand that everyone who hates the guild, and then there is a guild. Whether you work for us or another establishment, for the most part, they will not want you to work with the guild. We don't ask you that you make the alliance to the Fair Crops, but unlike the guild, the Fair Crops exchanges in that which you need to survive. Information. You want to buy a gun, you will need a gun in this place because it is terrible. Wherever you buy a gun, the guild will not sell it to you. You have a artifact, a soulstone, something of magical competence. The guild will not tell you; they will take it from you. But the Fair Crops, they can tell you where to use such things, where to identify such things, and where to buy such things, such as guns. We care about the people, and you did as well.
You give us these connections just for working with you, for you.
We will give you these connections for doing a job. If you want to join the Fair Crops, we can talk about that later. But before we give you any connections, this city is all about favors. It's the only way we can make sure that you are not part of the guild is by doing something that would betray the guild. Yes?
Well, what do you want us to do? Let's get down to brass tacks. What do you want us to do?
There is a place that the guild is paying handsomely for. A noble who wants her manor taken back, as it has been haunted by some sort of nefarious thing. Now, if the guild were to hire a capable group who would do this, they would gain favor with this noble living in the quarantine zone. Yes? But if someone were to snake it away from them, it would make sure that the guild does not gain favor, but a different faction could gain favor.
What noble is this?
It is known as the Barnett Manor.
And the lady is Lady Barnett.
This is true.
How much are we getting paid?
Sounds like you're getting paid and your arm not falling off.
I believe if you were to go to the guild, you would get somewhere close to 120 script. We would offer you 40. But we would introduce you to contacts, places where you could buy weapons, new enhancements for your pneumatics that some of you carry. And if you continue to work with us, we would introduce you to places who could help you with more lucrative businesses. And most importantly, you have to ask yourself, what is it you care about? The money or the people?
I
Not much
say
of
we
a
do
fighter, but I'm in.
I say we do the small favor for these guys.
Give
We
us a
don't want
place
to
to
go.
stay tonight, and we can talk about it ourselves, and we'll let you know.
We will give you a place to stay. What is your response, small one?
Can I ask you a question?
But of course.
Do you know, is there a man with you? He's a few 20 or 21. He's very tall. He has blonde hair and he's covered in tattoos. Text, words. Is he with you?
I know not this man you speak of.
Okay, that's fine. I will stay the night and we'll discuss it and we'll talk more in the morning, like Ellie said.
Very well. We look forward to your response. Take your time. We will find a safe house for you. It is not normally what we do. There are other people who are much better at that. But recently we had some tragedy and we can help.
All right. I think we follow him to the safe house. Unless, yeah.
All right. We are going to end it there. You guys have met a strange group known as the Fearcrops, who apparently have taken an interest in you based on your generous mercy that you showed during the fighting tournament. You are put in a position where you can find more allies and everything based on the Barnett Manor, which at the moment is a mystery, but we'll get into that next session. In the meantime, do we have any final thoughts before I jump into the announcements? Because you look like you want to say something, my baby.
No, I have so many thoughts, but not stream thoughts.
Okay. Well then, in the meantime, we are going to reveal the winner of our giveaway. We are going to talk about like our closing thoughts, going into our new raid. Lauren or Daniel, do you want to take over that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'm here, of course. So real quick,
like
shout. Do what?
It sounded like you just popped up. I'm here. Yes.
Yes, I am here.
Not prepared for that at all.
All right, real quick shout out to everyone who has followed and done stuff on the activity feed since between now and then. Shout out to Bionic Wolf for the sub, Dapper Gent for the sub, Halodi with the sub, of course, some bits from Poet de Tristes, Bionic Wolf giving out some subs there as well, Lotsky with the bits, Dead Aussie Gamer with the follow, Cole JC with the follow, Peter the Eater 15 with the follow and the sub to Prime with Prime, Proper Nerdy with the follow, Dapper Gent with some bits, Bellatrix Potter 09 with the follow, Dapper Gent with some more bits, Shrek It Up 91 with the follow and the sub with the Prime. All of those in together. I believe we already announced the giveaway winner, didn't we, Lauren? We did. We already announced the winner of the giveaway. Congratulations, whoever that was, for all that. So
Eater, I believe.
I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
So going into this, so thank you everyone so much for all the things. We are going to go ahead and do a quick raid to Dork Tales. Looks like they are doing a Star Wars charity stream. So we're always about that charity life, especially here in December. So thank you everyone so much for joining us this evening. We will be here next Tuesday at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time for the next episode of Twisted Veil. You can check us out Wednesdays at 7:30. We're actually beginning a Icewind Dale Rhyma Frostmaiden campaign over here on Ink and Lyre. That's going to run about 8 to 12 sessions, so that's going to be super duper fun as we go into that. Short rest this Friday at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then Fate's End every Monday at 7:30 Central Standard Time as well. So we are going to head out and do this raid. So thank you everyone so much for joining us. Bye everyone. Thank you.
Bye, guys. I love you.
See you next week.
And
Fun stuff.
It's Freycore, right?